Do it live. Oh, I'm not in Discord yet. I'm not even in Discord. Let me get in Discord. Our Discord is huge. I mean, it doesn't look as big to members, but if you're a part of leadership, there's so many extra channels that we see. It's always a little bit tricky to find where I need to be. There we are. Wasn't definitely join our Discord. If you want to take over, you need to join the Discord. Siege is live. I'm doing the all epic turn attack dragon tournament. It's a bit of a mouthful. All epic turn attack dragon tournament. That's what I'm doing. And I just put this team together. It was kind of fun because I tried a bunch of iterations to see who would be the best and who would actually get me the most points. And this gets one more point than like my next best iteration, which got one more point, you know, than my previous iteration. So this was kind of fun theory crafting. I do have a lot of good epics at this point, but I actually don't use all of them outside of like Faction Crypts and Doom Tower anymore. So they're not necessarily the best build. Some of them are missing pieces, you know, so I had to like search and re-gear a couple of people. But I do have a pretty good selection. So, yeah, so it's not bad. Not bad. And I decided not to use Deacon. I tried Deacon first. You know, I put Deacon in the lead first. And he worked fine, by the way. So if you have Deacon, you can run him here. He worked absolutely great. But the downside is the variability, because he would miss some of his decreased defenses. And so every run wasn't the same. And when he missed it, you know, you would get fewer points. So, you know, I was thinking about like, do I want to put Haikatoon in? And then I decided, you know, I'm just going to bring in Seeker, let him be the turn meter fill, let Kempton be the speed aura, not go for the double turn meter fill with Deacon and Seeker, and just try Duke the Pierced as the drop defense champion instead of Deacon. He's not going to weak hit. Plus, it's a decrease attack. And that means I didn't have to bring in a decrease attack on one of my DPS champions. And unfortunately, you know, just because you're dealing with affinities, I don't really want to use any Spirit Affinity champions. And most of my really good Spirit Affinity, like most of my really good damage dealers in my epics are Spirit Affinity champions. So like I have Ruella, Annex, Fane. These champions are all really built. I can't use Farrakhan the Fat, or I could, but you know. And then Morag. It's like I got a ton of great damage dealers here. And when you go to Force Affinity, the only two, I have a couple of good damage dealers here, but I've got Husk, who's not really built for this. Like I didn't try him out actually, although I considered it. I did try Neldor. He did okay with the waves, but honestly, I was going fast enough that I didn't need the slow, and he doesn't hit hard enough. He's very fast though, so that was nice. And then I've got Dathi here, who is a single target, so he doesn't help with the waves. And Alika's not built yet; she's not finished. So I ended up going with Akemptum and Skrank and Skullcrown. So all void affinity champions. So I didn't get any positive affinity champions in there, and again, I didn't get any magic affinity champions in there because I don't have any good. I did try Venom Mage. I will say I did try Venom Mage. I tried Royal Guard. I did not try Dark Kale here. Or whatever his name is. Dark Kale? He's not Dark Kale. He's Supreme Kale. Like, there are so many Kales, right? I think it's Dark Kale. I'm going to have to go check for my brain. Dark Kale, yeah. So he potentially could have done well. He does have a decreased attack as well. Plus the poison sensitivity and a little bit of activation there. But so he would work with another poisoner. Like maybe he would work pretty well with a Kemptum. I don't know. But I didn't actually get that far because this felt like I was getting minimal increases. I was like, if I get another minimal increase, I don't even know if I'm going to get another point. This is a trap. Summon a legendary. Get a different legendary one as a bonus. Trap. I just spent 7 sacred shards to make sure I could get the 5-star soul on Mithrala. I think that's a good trade. Dungeon Divers is only 2 days. Only 3,000 points, though. That's not too bad. So I can get that. That's not going to be a problem. Deck of Fate. What is... Upgrade champions and summon souls from soul stones. I don't really want to use soul stones right now. So I would just have to do a champion training for a lot of points. And there are 200 points. There are 200 serpent points here, right? And you can only miss 250. So this is why I had to go for the hero's path. I had to do the hero's path. Because if I didn't do the hero's path, you knew the deck of fate was going to end up screwing you. You know, it's like I have the bruise. I could do this. But it would just take so many resources. And I would have to use a lot of shards, I think, because we'll see. Maybe I'll get lucky and I'll get the 2,000 points not on the last card, or the 200 points rather not on the last card. Let's see how we're doing here. Closing in on the 4-star soul. I've already improved because the 3-star soul, I had only a 2-star soul. So I've now got a 3-star soul. The 3-star soul is not valuable, really. It's actually, I shouldn't say that. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's the 4-star soul that's not all that bad valuable. The 3-star soul is valuable. For Mithrala, right? Because at the 3-star, you get an increased chance of your whatever. So in this case, I went from a 15% chance to a 30% chance of a debuff, plus I got the 600 defense. So that, I take it back, right? The 3-star soul is valuable. It's the 4-star soul that's not that valuable because you're getting crit damage. Now, the 1,000 HP is nice, but it's like when you're already running 65,000 HP, like 1,000 HP is not that great. Not that I couldn't use more HP on her. I would love to run her at like 80,000 HP, but you don't need it. You don't really need it for Mithrala. I would like to get her faster. I would love to get some dust and actually do this, but I don't have any dust right now. So love to get accuracy here as well. Get another, whatever that is. I think it's like 30 accuracy, 29 accuracy or something like that. But that would be fun. Okay, let's take a look at chat and say hello to people. My screen resized. Sorry, it's going to be wonky for a second. Okay. Pavel, hey. Caveman in the house. Alex, good to see you. Doctor Who game. I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking. Dinky, hey, Dinky. Robert Doss, hello. Andy Goodwin is back. Good to see you, Andy. LFC. Tulsi, hey. And Darn, all right. I don't know if Sun is around. He usually is lurking, but since he started his new job, he works during Takeover Tuesdays. So he is no longer riding shotgun the whole I was gonna say the full Monty. That's not really the thing, but like he kind of peeks in and tries to help out a little bit, but he is working, so he's not here like all the way through. But he'll probably pop up at some point. Oh, let's see. Dinky, were you able to take down that were you able to take down the team? You weren't, but you got some info from the attempt. Okay. All right. So we're in siege here. This is kind of cool. Looks like maybe somebody's doing that battle. Nice. But this seems to be like this clan's sort of upper level of power, it's about 400k, 404, which is higher than ours realistically. Like my highest team is about 380 or 390 something that I run. Not that power means everything. Like I feel comfortable running into that level of power with my best teams. But they've got a 6-star Ascended Ancora with a Narcissus and a Yumiko. And so does this guy. This guy has a Yumiko with a Narcissus and a Marishka. It's like any UDK. It's like, man, I don't have those champions. I actually don't have any of these champions. I do have Ancora. And I do have Harima. But I don't have Narcissus. I don't have Yumiko. I don't have Marishka. So it's like finding ways to take down those champions without matching that power of champion. It's like void legendaries that are just built as high as possible. It's tough. Click on View Battle Log here on the tower. View Battle Log, or just down here. Battle reports. I don't see a View Battle Log. On Defense Tower 5. Do you see a button for View Battle Log? I haven't attacked. So, View Battle Log there. Okay. There it is. So 4 successful defenses. That's tough. You did your 3 fights and took out a defense tower and won both your fights in the stronghold. Took out a defense tower. Oh, that's Cold Red Sun. Sorry. This is Red Warden. Well, congrats. Good work, Darn. That's awesome. Yeah, I'll have to examine this. We'll talk about this. I might have a team that could break this. It's not going to be easy, but I think I have a team that could break this. I should say I have a team that might break it. And it's kind of interesting because I spent all my silver this week building champions for this game mode. I do have Mezimel, and I haven't built her yet or booked her or gotten her masteries or anything, but I could buy all that if I needed to, with gems. And she ignores Stone Skin and places a block revive. So she could potentially be a solution for that. If I can get her to hit hard enough, and she can just go ahead and kill. I mean, she'd have to kill UDK, right? And then place the block revive so that when I kill Marishka, he doesn't get revived. That could work. So I have the books for this form. So increase attack, increase crit rate, increase crit damage. What's her passive? Okay. So if she hits hard enough, now she's going into UDK, who is force affinity, so she's strong affinity. She's strong affinity against the UDK. So what I would need to do here with this team, if I ran Mezimel, is I'd have to survive Narcissus, and I'd have to potentially deal with the lockout from Yumiko. But it sounds like they're not that fast. Right? Obviously, it's not a fast team, so that'll be interesting. I think I could potentially do that. Yeah, so you can sheep UDK. The problem is apparently the UDK is running a lot of resist. So you need maybe 570, 580 accuracy to break through. And I don't have that on my Wukong. I don't have that on my Armands. I could rebuild Armands to do it. And then sheep UDK, but then you still have to kill Marishka, right? You have to kill Marishka while UDK is sheep. Yeah. I've got a couple of champions that have options, right? Because I have Allele as well. Or Ilil. It's probably how I pronounce it, Allele. But he has this ability here, steals all buffs from the target the first time the champion is hit them with his skill. This effect cannot be resisted, so you don't need accuracy on him. He also ignores Stone Skin on his A2. The one downside for Allele is he doesn't hit that hard. His multipliers are good, but not awesome. So I would probably strip gear from somebody else. I would probably take my gear from Genbo. I mean, you can see Genbo's stats here, right? Genbo is running a lot faster. He's got 5,400 attack, 311% crit damage, which gets boosted. Now, the problem is, he can run at 75% crit or 70% crit rate because he gets an increased crit rate buff on his A3. Whereas I'd have to run Allele at 100%. Anyway, okay, this is a Takeover Tuesday. I know Siege is live. It's exciting, right? It's like, this is actually kind of fun. I like the fact that, like, we get to talk to each other and, like, share information and crack the, crack the code on the team and see if we can take them down. So hopefully I can break that team open and we'll see how strong their defenses are. Unless somebody else gets through it before I do. I mean, that's possible. Not bothered about lockout. You have Ancora. Why does Ancora matter? I'm confused by that. You're saying if you get locked out by Yumiko, you still have her A1? So it could potentially get your skills back. Yeah, it could. I mean, so the thing about Yumiko is, first of all, she's fast. Well, not that fast. I thought she was faster. 105 is pretty fast, though. But so, this increases the cooldown of all your skills by 3 turns. Now, if you're going with a fast team and you're actually, like, if you go first and you land, like, your increased speed and stuff like that, like, you may cycle through this pretty quickly, but it's still 3 turns. So you need good A1. And that's another thing about Allele. His A1 is nasty. And unfortunately, there's no way to... Like, the only thing that you could really do against this directly is build a really high resist champion that has cooldown reduction. Right? So you would build a Kymar with 700 resist or something. You would resist and then just fire his cooldown reduction right away. I don't have a Kymar. Like the best I could probably do would be an Emic. Or like try to get a Renegade into like 700 resist, but doesn't feel worth it. Doesn't feel worth it. So I think the A1s are good. Armand's is nice if you have the accuracy to land the sheep, right? This debuff cannot be blocked, but it can be resisted. The really nice thing about this sheep skill, honestly, that I love in PvP is the second part. Has a 100% chance of removing all buffs from all enemies. So if you sheep someone, then you can strip the buffs off at everybody else. It's really powerful. This is a crazy good skill. Like we all get caught up on the A2 for, obviously. But the A3 is almost as good, if not in some cases it is better. It's better than the A2. Like this is the skill you need to potentially break through Stone Skin. And if I remember correctly, when it says this debuff cannot be blocked, I think that's what Stone Skin does, right? Stone Skin blocks. So I think this just goes through Stone Skin unless the champion has enough resistance. Your Armand's at 237 speed would probably only be fast enough if you ran a turn meter champion, a faster champion to turn meter fill, or you ran maybe an aura. Remember that you need an all battle aura, like you can't use just an arena aura. Right? Arena auras don't work. So if you're going up against this team, my guess is the Yumiko's running fast. I don't know. Maybe we can share that information, how fast the Yumiko is going. We know, like, somebody ran an Arbiter team into it and was very, much faster, but that doesn't tell us how fast the Yumiko is. So if the Yumiko is running at 290 or 305 or something, that's pretty fast, and that might be relevant. If she's running down at like 240 or 250, then it's going to be much easier to crack this. But I think at a team power of 404k, she's probably running pretty fast. My guess would be 300 plus, And it could be that this person rebuilt her specifically for this defense, and she could be running at like 380, or you have no idea. Actually, no, we do know 368. She's not over 368. So anyway, that's fun. Okay, so it is a Takeover Tuesday. Let me just talk about how we do Takeover Tuesday real quickly if you haven't done it before. You need to join my Discord. You need to join my Discord. That's step one. The link should be in the description of this live stream. Now, on the left-hand column of the Discord, where like all the channels are, you want to scroll down until you see an area called the Coaching Corner, and within the Coaching Corner section, there's a channel called the Wheel of Takeover, and all you have to do is go in there. You'll see a message from Sun. That's my editor. His name is Sun. You want to go ahead and react to that message. One reaction is enough. You can react as many times as you like, but you only get one entry. And then we'll spin the wheel. Whoever the wheel chooses, that's who gets the takeover. You get one takeover per 90 days. So if you have one in the last 90 days, then no takeover for you today. Please have your login information ready and available. As soon as you win, I'm going to DM you in Discord. I want you to DM me back with the login information, and then you can start telling me what kind of account takeover you would like. I'm going to give you a couple of new roles in Discord, so you can join me in a channel called The Coaching Voice. You're going to see it. You won't be able to talk to me, but you will be able to hear me in real time because there's about a 5 or 10 second delay on the live stream. It just makes communicating a little bit easier. And yeah, I think that's everything. Did I miss anything, folks? You guys have heard this dozens of times at this point, probably. So Happy birthday, Exile. Exile's got a birthday. Talk me out of YOLOing a sacred for my birthday. I won't do that. I won't do that. So here's the deal. It's your birthday. You should have some joy in it. And if YOLOing a shard would bring you joy, but here's the thing. If you miss, is it going to really frustrate you on your birthday, right? Like, that's a thing. But the other thing is, like, how many sacreds do you have? Are you a spender or are you not a spender, right? Like, if you want to spend $10 on yourself or $4 on yourself or whatever it is to buy a sacred, and go ahead and buy a sacred and YOLO it on your birthday, then you should do that. You should treat yourself. But if you are a free-to-play player and you don't have that many sacreds, you might need to save it for next month's fusion. We don't know how good it's going to be. Hey, Sauce, good to see you. I have no idea how much a sacred is. I don't spend. Is it $10 a sacred? Is it $20 a sacred? I have no idea how much it is. It's $4.50 for a primal shard, right? Oh no, it's an 8-pack for $50. So that's, but it's $5 for one. So it's about $5 a primal shard. I thought it had come down. $5 a primal shard. But this is about what, 8 1/4. I'm sorry. This is actually more expensive. That doesn't make sense. The big pack is the most expensive pack. This is 6 1/4. Am I doing the math wrong? This is right. 8 shards times 6 is 48, plus 25 cents times 8 is $2. It's 6 1/4 for the big pack, but it's only $5. Oh no, this is a 4-pack. This is a 4-pack. Okay, so this is 6 1/4 as well. So these two are the same price. Okay, I saw the 5 per month in the 05, and I thought it was 5, but they're only 4 shards there. Okay, so those two are the exact same price. This is actually a penny more expensive, right? Whatever, stupid. And you can get 1 for 5. So how much is a sacred shard? $25? It's $25 for a sacred shard? Is that really a thing? It's $25 for a sacred shard. Is that like a normal price or is that a bad price? Spenders consider $15 a sacred a reasonable price. Oh, here's $25. Yeah, another $25. I've never bought anything. I mean, I've never bought anything on any account. So like, it's not just this account that's free to play. Like, I'm a free to play player. I have no idea about the prices. I had no idea sacred cost that much. That's all right. I don't want to get off on a tangent. Pretty awful. If you're trying to stream in Discord, Darren, all you have to do is go down to the bottom of your Discord screen, like make sure that you're in the channel. You know, you've selected the channel. You just go down to the bottom and it says share your screen. You just share your screen. If you're trying to take a screenshot, I'm assuming if you're on PC, you just hit print screen and it doesn't matter where you are. You just screen record that. Okay. All right, so we've got some reactions going again. Okay. I think we're going to fire it up. So give me just a second. Wheel of Takeover. I'm going to give everybody one more minute to react to the message. If they want the free takeover, it is in the Wheel of Takeover channel. Just react to Sun's message and you will be all set. we'll get going. If you're trying to record a video of the fight, you need a video recording software. Like I run OBS Studio, so you could get that, and then you could record it. You can't record it in Discord, if that's what you're asking. You can share it in Discord, like you can stream it, but you can't record it. Where are you? Darn. You're not currently in a Discord channel, so yeah, I mean, if you have an NVIDIA card and you have your own, like, you can record game footage through that. I have that, by the way. It's clunky, but that's the NVIDIA experience or whatever it's called. I have that too. Or you could download a. There's free software for it. If you want to make videos, there's free software out there. There's like 20 different free options. They're all various levels of involved, but I like OBS. OBS is great. All right, I'm going to go ahead and spin the wheel here. Good luck. Windows snipping tool can take videos? I don't think so. Let me see. Oh. Windows snipping tool can take video. That is very cool, Grimace. I did not know that. That's a new thing. It didn't used to, did it? That's pretty cool. Our winner is Z Trust. All right. Okay, that's not right. I'm trying to do this thing that Son has been asking me to do. He normally does. When I've been giving the roles to people when they win their takeovers, I've been doing it wrong. So just give me just a second. Um Okay. I think that worked. Sorry, Z. I am on it. Need my mystery shirt. Prism Shard win. You got your Pytheon. Congrats, Doctor Who. Pytheon is huge. He is so good. He is so good for so many things. That is awesome. All right, let's get this show on the road. I was going to say, let's get this party started. Right? I need the code. Need the code now. Need the code quickly. Not quite right. We are in. All right, Z Trust. What kind of takeover would you like today? Is there a particular thing you want to work on? While you're typing that out, we'll do a quick little. I assume you're holding on to Ninja for a CVC or something. Champion Chase. You got a few charts. Okay, so level 72. Daily login, day 205. Seems like a fairly active player there if you're level 72 and you're not at Vizix yet. Doesn't feel like a spender. Doesn't have a raid pass. So is this a free-to-play account? Sweet. You would like to get to Spider hard or be able to farm stage 25. That is a very good request. That's an excellent request for a Takeover Tuesday. I love that kind of request. So thank you. Let's take a look at your roster for a moment. Looking at 18, 19, 20, 23. 23, is that right? 23 level 60s. You have a Gaiath the Truth Shield. I don't have this champion. And I don't honestly know how good she is. Ally Protector. Buff Extender. Doesn't look bad. Buff Extenders are always useful. You got your Arbiter. Got a Rotos. That's nice. Got a Septimus. Septimus is fun. Hey, look at you. Got a Skrank with a 6-star Ascension using Crushing Rend. Now that is interesting. Because he could solve your spider problem. You have a spider problem. Let's see how he's built. Built decently. You're not running 100% crit rate on him, which you should be. Because Skrank, if you don't have Skrank is a two-way damage dealer, right? He does direct damage, he does really good direct damage, and he does AoE HP burns. So there aren't a lot of champions like that, although you also have a Kemptum, who's another one, but he does it with poisons. So these two guys are fairly similar in that regard. Although Kemptum is an AoE Hex champion, which is awesome. I would potentially use both of them together. Like if you're trying to solve Spider hard mode, I'm thinking Rathalos with Skrank and a Kemptum. And then we'll have to see who else we can get in there. You don't have a built speed engine anywhere. Like you have an Arbiter, but her speed aura is only in arena. How fast is she? 291. So that's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. We could use her anyway, right? So we would use a Kemptom's aura with Arbiter. Gives you the increased attack, the turn meter fill. Going to get that weaken. You're not going to get the weaken on the boss. Although Skrank has a weaken, right? On his A1. And he needs the accuracy, and he has the accuracy. What's the accuracy here? Let's see what your bolts hiding. I'm looking for additional utility, like ways to get other things into the team here. I see you have a Man-Eater, so we might do Man-Eater. And you have Cold Heart. I'm thinking about Sill of the Drakes. He's got the accuracy for a slow. He could land her slow and her stun. He gives you survivability, and then he gives you a block debuffs buff. You don't have a cleanse, like, readily available. Septimus is also really interesting. Oh, he's not booked. Yeah, but he might do in a pinch. Take a look at. He's not booked either. All right, so here's the thing. There's two issues. One is, like, do we take on Spider 25? We got to push here, or do we take this and, well, we got to push to unlock it, but it's like, all right, so let's see what you've got first of all. Okay, I understand what you're doing here. When you are running an HP burner that is not an activator, like Skrank, the Spiderlings need to take turn. They have to go, which means you need a Spiderling tank, right? You need somebody to tank the hits and then stay alive. You need some way to keep them alive. So this is a very limited time frame. Like, you get the unkillable buff from Man-Eater, and then you get basically 2 turns from everybody to kill the boss. And if you don't kill the boss in 2 turns, then you're going to die. And Skrank is an HP burner here, and you don't have him set up as a direct damage dealer. So this is like, it's a good concept, right? But as you scale up to 25, you're basically going to run out of stats. You're not going to hit hard enough. Like, your Cold Hearts aren't going to, hit the boss hard enough. Skrank doesn't really synergize as well in this team because you're like, why use the 8 HP burns at all if you're going max HP hits on the boss, right? So in this particular case, you would rather have, like, just a way to pump damage into the boss. So potentially even something like this might be better. But even this isn't awesome. I don't love this. If I were going to go this route, I would probably, there's some things you could do. This would be actually great. He's a harder max HP hitter than Cold Heart is. He doesn't have the turn meter reduction, but he's going to hit really hard. He can also clear Spiderlings for you, kind of. Not really. Because he kills one at a time and then they respawn. But yeah, so the strategy that you had, like, it makes sense. There's a theorycraft, like, logic to it that that works, but you will just eventually run out of kind of space. So I think what we're looking for is something that's going to utilize Skrank's AoE HP burns. And then we need survivability in the team. Now, Rathalos would blow up the Spiderlings, which is good for hard mode. But for normal mode, that's not as valuable. He still hits bosses hard, but we really want to keep the turn meter controlled because we want the Spiderlings to go, but we don't want the boss to go and heal itself. So we need turn meter decrease. So we might do something like this. I don't know that this is enough healing. It doesn't have a cleanse. Doesn't have an active heal. So let's go ahead and look and see if we have. Right. If you get Skrank too strong, then he kills all the Spiderlings, right? Which we don't want to have happen for this. Although you can go that route. You can go just Spiderling control and just nuke really hard, and that can work on normal, even up to stage 25. But let's look for a healer here. Thinking about Apothecary. Like, the question is almost whether or not we should go that direct damage. We don't have enough heal. Now, we could also bring in Painkeeper. Let's see how the Painkeeper is. Is she speed tuned for Clan Boss? She's speed tuned for Clan. Okay. She's running fast enough. Her defense is a bit low. So I assume she's in a Man-Eater unkillable, right? Some kind of budget Man-Eater deal. What about Apothecary? How fast is he running? 235? A little on the slow side, but it's not awful. Kemptom's running kind of slow here. And he's in lifesteal. I would probably get him out of the lifesteal. Do you run him in a particular place where he has to have lifesteal? He is on the Clan Boss team, so that speed has to stay that way. Okay. Tricky. Like, we're close, you know, but it like we kind of have to be kind of creative here. It's going to be interesting. We can do this. We can get you stage 25. All right, I want to see what speed aura you have. Your Haikatune is 50. No, he doesn't have UDK. He does have a Vogoth who's interesting, and is a Vogoth in a Guardian set. Running decently fast with enough accuracy. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the stage that we need to push. We need to push stage 22. So what we need a Spirit Affinity Spiderling tank. So let's go ahead and see if we did. I'm thinking about Rathalos or Neldor. I should see how those champions are built. Rathalos is solid. By the way, you don't need accuracy on Rathalos. So you could get him into like an attack banner or something, get some more attack on him. The only thing that he ever needs accuracy for is this decreased defense. And if it's a boss, it can't be resisted, and you don't really care about it in waves. Like, he literally doesn't have any other debuffs. So you can... I know you're running Brimstone, so if you need the accuracy for the Brimstone, I get it. Like, if that's a clan boss thing. But outside of that, you don't need accuracy. Yeah, so... and Tomb Lord is in regen. He's got a decreased speed on his A1 as well. As long as he crits. And he's got 100% crit. But he is weak affinity here. I don't know if... Yeah. Let's just look at your spirit champion for a second. Wukong is a good... He's a pretty good Spiderling tank because when he dies, he just comes back. So it's either Vogoth or Wukong. We can try both. I'm going to go with Vogoth for now. Because that gives us a little more sustain on the team as well. So let's try Vogoth. And then let's get a Kempton in here for the speed aura. And we'll try this, and we're going to manual this and see what works. We don't have much energy. Might have to buy energy. Okay. So the thing about it on the way up is, like, you don't really care about farming stage 21 or 22 or 23, right? Like, maybe 24 you care about. So I'm gonna open with the A1 here. Now we want to get those HP burns out. The slow on the boss is pretty critical, so I'm going to try that. We landed that and the Brimstone, which is kind of nice. We don't need to use the Provoke because he's the only Spirit Affinity champion, so he should be the target. Now let's get the Hex out there. And Vogoth is taking the hits. Now we want to go ahead and steal the boss's turn meter. No, we did land it. Okay. Let's land a weaken if we can. Nice. Got the weaken. All right. Now, if she doesn't hit too hard, an AoE stun would be nice. That'll reduce the amount of incoming Spiderling damage. All right. Vogoth's going to need a little help here, so we're going to give him the block debuffs buff. But no more poisons will be coming in. Turn meter reduction would be helpful. Nope. So here's the thing. If we don't clear the Spiderlings and the boss eats them, he's going to heal up a huge chunk, and we're going to lose all our HP burn. So we really need to land some turn meter reduction right now. And we're still on cool. So hopefully some of the Spiderlings go before the boss. And we could kill some of the Spiderlings. That would be okay. I think we'll wait on the HP burn for the next round of Spider. The boss is about to go. Vogoth and UDK in the same team sounds great, and it's awful. It doesn't work. LFC, you don't want that combo. If you think about it, every time somebody goes to hit Vogoth, UDK uses his passive and pulls the hit to himself, and he doesn't heal your team. That means the only time Vogoth heals your team is on AoEs. That's it. That's it. Even if you use the provoke, even if you land the provoke and everybody targets Vogoth, they're hitting UDK. So basically, Vogoth assassinates your UDK. It's so frustrating because they're in the same faction and you want to use them in faction crypts and they just don't work great together. I thought that too. I actually built that team. I was like, oh, Vogoth will keep UDK alive. UDK will keep Vogoth alive. It's like, no. Vogoth does nothing in that comp. He becomes useless. So, all right, we do have a sleep here, but it looks like we'll get through this difficulty probably just fine. I don't need turn meter decrease just yet. Get the decrease attack out there. Go ahead and get the HP burn. Those are 10 HP burns, 11 HP burns, baby. The Hex. Yeah, we're golden. We're going to go all the way now. Still have the weekend up there, right? Yeah. Beautiful. Steal that turn meter. Everybody's full health. I'm gonna let those AoE HP burns tick, so I'm not gonna stun anybody. Yeah, the multi-hits still hit Vogoth, but it's so like Vogoth doesn't really protect UDK, right? UDK protects Vogoth, but not the other way around. It's just so less efficient than you could supply UDK with a much better support than Vogoth. We're basically done here. All right. So 22 down. Now let's go. Do we have any energy at all? All right, just buy some energy. Let me see if I think the shop doesn't have energy this week. We just went through it, right? Oh, you have a void shard here. But don't forget to do that. What about? Oh, you bought that energy already. Okay, we're gonna have to buy some energy. Oh, you got 11,000 gems, so we're good. Okay, so stage 23 now. So now we have a different affinity. So we need another weak affinity tank. Now in this case, Syl of the Drakes would be the weak affinity tank, and it might work out just fine. And we could use Vogoth's Provoke to pull some of the Spiderlings off her. So we might as well just stay with the same team. I don't think we actually need to switch in a different weak affinity tank here. I think we'll be just fine. So let's go ahead and fire this one up. Decrease attack first. That's important. That AoE decrease attack from Maneater is actually hugely valuable. And I highly recommend you using that. Let's see if she lands any stuns. Oh, we do need that slow. We're going to lose that slow because she's weak affinity. Probably don't need the stuns. Because we're going to land some provoke. We landed a lot of provoke. Turn meter steal. And they're weak affinity against Vogoth, so they're not even going to land their poisons all that often. So Vogoth's going to be fine. And then Syl the Drake's going to take some of the... We want to land that slow if we can. Brimstone also works. We might have to do some more spider management here. Because without the slow, the spider boss is going to go more often than otherwise. So we might have to wipe out the wave. Oh, the AoE HP burns did it. Get that slow. Want to land a slow. Okay. We're doing all right. By the way, for a free-to-play player, good work on collecting 11,000 gems. That's fantastic. Another AoE HP burn. Now we'll throw this down. For steel. I'm just going to auto this the rest of the way. I think we're fine. Yeah, Wukong, if you have Wukong is a fantastic Spiderling tank against Magic Affinity Spider. Because he just dies, and then he just comes back. It's like, as long as you don't have somebody else who's going to get destroyed in the 3 turns that he's, dead, then Wukong is fantastic. By the way, this team could probably fully auto this stage. I just manualed the setup because I wanted to use particular skills in particular orders just to get us on a roll. But honestly, this team should work all the way through. We'll swap out Vogoth when we need to. So in this particular case, we probably need a different Spiderling tank. We could still try this and try to see if the Vogoth provokes and the Sill of the Drake stuns are enough. But what's going to happen is Skrank or a Kemptum are going to end up being the Spiderling tanks, and they're going to die fast. So in this particular case, it's good to have a Spiderling tank who's weak affinity. So it looks like maybe Sepulcher. Let's see how she's. So she'll give us an increased defense and a second block debuff, which is nice. So yeah, I think we'll pull Vogoth and we'll put in Sepulcher. Yeah, we don't really have a cleanser. I mean, we could use Ugo for a mini cleanse, but it's not really enough. Again, we're just going to do the setup here. I suspect this team is going to be totally fine. AoE HP burns. We should land this low this time. Now we'll use Sepulcher's increased defense. Meter steel. Oh, I should have done the weekend. Let's do a stun. Oh, we landed a lot of stun. It's going to make Sepulcher a little bit more survivable. Again, without that slow. Poisons on the ball. Love watching those AoE HP burns tick. Like, it's so nice when the whole, every single target has them. It's like you got a Void Affinity AoE HP burner, so he never weak hits, right? Except the 3% resist. All right. I think we have a burn now, right? Only 8 targets. Well, 9. Where did the AoE slow come from? Oh, it came from the debuff spread. I didn't even think of that. So there was a slow on the boss, and a Kemptum took that debuff and spread it to all of the Spiderlings. Which is... Oh, and he resisted our meter decrease. That's interesting. I didn't even think about that. That's actually not working in our favor. We don't want slows on the Spiderling. wanna die. We'll revive her. She'll probably die. Maybe not. Decrease attack. Building furniture, watching the stream for the win. Yeah, it's cool. You could do, you can do multiple things here at the same time. Let's put it on auto. I think Maneater turn meter is underrated. Not on this channel though. I love Maneater. I think he is absolutely, like, when we did our Raid Madness, he went pretty far. He actually did go pretty far, and I think a lot of people were because of the unkillable thing. But I mean, he's got a block debuffs buff. He's got 100% turn meter steal. It's not turn meter reduction. It's turn meter steal. It's so beautiful. It's like, that's crazy good. That basically means if you have 100% turn meter, he steals all of it and then goes a second time. That's fantastic. Okay, we are up to stage 25. So this is the stage we actually want to now put in a team for. So, so I think the team that we had before, we actually have most of the team here. I think that the team that we had before is going to be the team. So we're going to go with Kempton lead. Actually wants Crank at the back. Or Vogoth at the back, technically, I guess. So let's get Scylla the Drakes, Maneater, Skrank, and Vogoth. Okay. So we're just going to plug in an AI here. We do want Scylla the Drakes to open with her A1 to see if we can get that on the boss. We also want Maneater to open with his A1. And then we actually want him to prioritize his A2. We're going to turn off Vogoth's. I think we can turn off his. I don't know. It might hit a little bit harder than this. It does place a decreased attack. I think we'll just leave it alone. Skrank should open this. I would prefer to get the weaken on the second attack, but that's fine. Just happen when it happens. Kempton is fine. Yeah. I think that's everything. So let's see how it goes. Now, it may be that for this particular team, we need to, strengthen Vogoth a little bit. He might need a little bit more HP, or he might need a little bit more. I mean, you could go for full resist. I don't think you need resist. But yeah, you can see the spiderlings are starting to jump around now a little bit disconcerting. That's the other thing. Like, Maneater will decrease turn meter just when it comes off cooldown, and it's like there he stole like 5% of the turn meter. It's like that's not the optimal use of that skill. I still think we're probably fine just because Scylla the Drakes is awesome for this. Going to keep us going. She's going to bring Vogoth back if he dies. She's got that slow, the little bit of turn meter reduction, the AoE stun. Vogoth is still kicking. Look at that. Those heals are just so funny. I don't know why the spiderlings are bouncing around. If there's something about, like, they don't want to go after Vogoth because he's got a killable buff and he's almost dead. So it's like they're going after somebody else. Like, why? They don't want to waste the attack. But it looks like we're going to get through this on full auto at about 2.5 minutes, maybe, which is not fast. That's not fast. That is a very slow spider run. But definitely for stage 25, like for your first stage 25 clear, it's totally awesome. Like, who cares? If it's 100% or even if it's like 95%, now you can start farming stage 25 and start instead of stage, 20 or 21 or 22 or whatever for when you actually want the drops, right? Obviously for the tournaments, by the way, stage 20 is still better in terms of energy efficiency. But sometimes I would farm stage 25 anyway, just because I want the better drops. So nice accuracy banner with speed and defense percentage and attack percentage. That's nice. But at HP percentage there, it would be perfect. But that is a very nice banner that you could potentially put maybe on your Vogoth. Or who else do you have in the undead? There was somebody else you were running. But, Dark Elves. Nardos. Doomlord. Potentially could put it on. Or Annex. Okay. So we got stage 25 done. I think Maneater has low accuracy. His accuracy might be... Yeah, he does have low accuracy, 182. One of the things you can do here is look for an amulet with accuracy on it. His speed is also not like unmanageable here when you're running him at 254. So you could potentially find, like, you're giving away speed here with the 4-star speed boots, but you could potentially put him into a perception set, which would drop you a little bit of speed, but put him back into like 5-star speed boots or whatever. And that might be enough to like get you right back to where you need to be. That could potentially bump you, 40, 50, 60 accuracy, depending on the substats. And for stage 25, you only need 225 accuracy. So you don't need that much more, so you could get that 6-star banner and an amulet might be enough, because a 6-star banner get you 20 and then an amulet might get you 20 or 30. So that would be enough to get you over 225, because you need 43. You only need 43 accuracy. So, just a thought. If you want to run him here, you have some leeway. This team does not need to be perfect. Like, there is enough kind of redundancy and tankiness built into this team. Vogoth and Syl of the Drakes give you a long leash on this team, and so does Maneater, actually, because of the block debuffs and the unkillable. So I think this team is probably not 100%, but it's going to be like 98%, which is enough for now. Now, let's talk about Spider Hard Mode, because you have a team to potentially do Spider Hard Mode as well. So let's go ahead and look at Hard. Now, Hard is different because killing the Spiderlings is a good thing, right? In normal stage, if you're using AoE HP burner, you don't really want to kill the Spiderlings, but here you kind of do. And you want to kill them fast. So while Maneater brings in the block debuff buff, he's no longer as valuable as he once was. So we're probably going to pull him out of the team. And we're probably going to pull Vogoth out of the team. And we want to start thinking about like how we're going to do this. So in this particular case, we have a couple of options. I think Rathalos is a great option, because he's going to work with Skrank to blow up the Spiderlings really well, really quickly. And we could also do Neldor for the AoE slows, although this is a bad affinity for him. Wukong can be really good because he just hits hard and he's got a nice AoE, and he can be a secondary Spiderling tank depending on the affinity. But for right now, what we probably want is we want good AoE damage. How is he built again? We're going to try this. His attack is pretty low. 2,400, not quite 2,500 attack. But he's got decent crit damage. Might try him. We might try Wukong too. Wukong's in Savage. Might try Wukong. The nice thing about Septimus, though, Septimus is kind of stupid against... He's kind of stupid against hard mode Spider. He's actually kind of a cheat code against hard mode Spider. Because you don't have to go fast. If he can one-shot a Spiderling, you win the fight automatically. Like, he can solo Spider hard. Because of his A1. So if you don't know what his A1 does, by the way, this is an old school champion. So he attacks one enemy. This grants an extra turn and resets the cooldown on champion's Holy Sword skill, which is A2, if the target is killed. If it kills an enemy, he goes again. And if he kills an enemy, he goes again. And if he kills an enemy, he goes again. Now, the thing here about this boss is anytime a Spiderling dies, it does damage to the boss. I forget where it says it. But what that means is if he can one-shot a spider, he can infinitely one-shot spiders until the boss is dead. He can literally solo this fight. So he's crazy good for this. So we're just going to try it just to see. We're just going to see what happens here. It may be that he needs, some help. He may need the like a decreased defense or a weaken or something. Now you can still get the slow on the boss, I think, but you can no longer decrease the turn meter. So here's the thing. We're going to try this. Let's see if we one-shot a Spiderling. Okay. No, we did not. That was so let's see if we can get them a little bit weaker, and then he'll he'll be valuable at that point. Okay. Yeah, Rathalos is going to be our Spiderling Tiger. He's going to die. Now, the AoE HP burns are still working, but... So let's get these Spiderlings... Oh, we nuked him out with Scylla the Drakes. Okay. I'm sorry, that was just so funny. Can he one-shot a spider? 10%. That was ridiculous. Hey, hit the boss for a decent amount. We're in trouble. Let's get Rathalos back. Now we can engage. It's just so funny because I was talking him up. I'm like, he can do that. He can solo this. And it's like, no, he can't. Can't. All right. We might just need more accuracy on people. All right, we got stage 1 down. Accuracy banner, not bad. Let's see. Let's see about stage 2. First of all, that's going to be Void Affinity. What do we need here? That's the question. We need to land a slow. Is Neldor got accuracy? It's 279. It's probably enough accuracy for now. Without without the Spiderling tank, you need to blow the Spiderlings up before they go. So AoE stuns, AoE freezes, slows, AoE slows are all good. Turn meter decrease is also good on the Spiderling. And again, we lost our decrease attack there, which meant they were hitting harder than they would otherwise. So we could try bringing in Wukong, but I'm going to try this for now. Let's just see how this works. Yeah, Annex may be faster than the Kempton, but remember that a Kempton brings the speed aura for everybody else, so he makes everybody faster. All right, so that AoE slow landed. Maybe you can't slow the boss. Forget. I thought you could land a slow on the boss, but you can't turn meter decrease. But maybe you just can't do that. That's nice. Hit the weaken down. Nice. Decrease attack. Now we need to nuke out. Spiderlings with Rathalos before the boss goes. We need to do. Here we go. Boom. Beautiful. Yeah, a slow. I mean, well, I guess slow. I really thought you could land a slow, but I guess I don't. I don't run a slow. I just. That was Rathalos' third hit, right? Still haven't landed a decreased defense. A little frustrating. I don't know. I don't know why that's not working. Why would his decreased defense not land? It's a 50% chance. That's why. Get that slow out there. Fourth hit. Still no decreased defense. But I think we're home. We're home on it. Brimstone's nice. Now we go. Oh, I messed up. All right, we got it. All right, let's see. So what I'm going to try to do, I don't know if we have enough, but what I'm going to try to do is get you to stage 6. I'm going to try to go as high as I can. If we can find a good stage, like maybe if we go back to stage 3, like on stage 3, we could potentially put in Vogoth again. And this might just give us enough to say, okay, you can farm stage 3 hard mode. So that would be this team basically, but just with Neldor in place. Yeah. Let's see what happens. You can get better results via poison, max HP, or it's not AoE HP burn with activation is the best way to kill hard spider. Unless you have a Crizia or double nuke or something like that. But yeah, this is what we've got. We've got an Akemptum who's built in a nice place and has a 6-star ascension. Like, we're going to use Akemptum. Like, that's what this... It's not about, theory crafting for some optimal scenario that we can't access, right? Like this is what's going to work for this account, and it's beautiful. It works great. There's no loving a solution that works well too much. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh wow, I can clear stage hard mode Spider 6 at account level 72 with only 18 6-stars or something. Like, yeah, great. You can do it at 95% clear rate, and it takes 2 minutes. It's like, how beautiful is that? There's no loving that too much, right? This works. This is absolutely fantastic. And if you happen to have it set up right, like my team has a double AoE HP burn activator, so it has Sissia Flame Tongue and Artak, and I clear it in like 30 seconds. It's slowed down now because I broke the speed tune, so it clears it now in like 45 seconds, and it's like 13 turns or something. Look, a minute 50, 40 turns. The other reason I really like the AoE HP burn is because eventually we're going to pull in Rathalos, right? Rathalos is beautiful for this. So there really isn't a better option on this account. Yeah, a Kempton brings... What we care about with a Kempton is not the poisons, we care about the Hex. The AoE Hex allows your AoE damage dealers to nuke out spiders really easily. All right, so now we need to get rid of that. We need to bring back a different... Let's do this. That's not bad. Because that gives us a mini cleanse, a little bit of an extra heal, and a decreased defense. And the decreased defense is going to help. So let's try that. See if that works. All we care about for a Kempton is the speed aura and the Hex. The poisons we don't care about the poisons right now. Not that I'm not saying that the poisons don't add something. I'm just saying it's not critical. Okay, so we were too slow there. The boss has gotten faster now, and we lost our Seal of the Drakes, which means this is going to fail because we're not going to kill this. We're not going to kill this number, like this amount of HP without Seal of the Drake. I don't think. A Kempton and Hex and Poison triggers War Master on all spiders and blows it up. That's an interesting idea. We're pretty close on this one. So you're saying we could proc the Giant Slayer if we had an AoE Poisoner, and then he uses this 100% chance of inflicting damage from one poison debuff to enemies under a Hex debuff whenever their allies receive damage from poison debuff, so he spreads it around. Okay, so the issue actually for us right now is speed. We have started to become too slow. Yeah, I'm thinking about a couple of things. One is we want to make Seal of the Drakes tankier. Seal of the Drakes Still have the Drake's tankier. I would like to put her in an HP or defense percentage chess piece with speed and accuracy. Let's see if there are any out there. I know we would shed a little bit of accuracy, but I'm actually not worried about that because you're running so much accuracy on her right now that you're above the level that you need for hard mode dungeons. You only need 345 for hard mode dungeons. I gotta check your clan boss. I gotta remember. Yeah, I don't know if Farrakhan is in the clan boss team or not. Farrakhan is not. Okay. So I could potentially strip Farrakhan. The 3-key Ultra Nightmare, huh? Solid. That's a good idea, Darn. But we're still going to have a speed issue. We still have the speed issue because the boss, yeah, we got to blow up the first round of spiderlings really fast. Unfortunately, he's weak affinity. But this places is a passive. So that shouldn't weak hit. How fast is he running? He's got the accuracy. He's going to be weak affinity, so he's going to die pretty. He's going to be a spiderling tank. So if we keep Scylla the Drakes in, let's say we get away from the slows just for a second and we try this out. See what happens here. Try to get the weaken on the boss. All right. And it did pretty good damage. We didn't actually kill them in time. Got enough HP burns out there. We might do it, but it's going to depend on if Kemdom can live. We had enough. We had enough there, but again, it's just a matter of being too slow at this point. What's my opinion on Siege so far? I don't know. I don't know yet. I enjoy it. I enjoy the cooperative aspect of it. I think it'll be fun, but I haven't gotten into it yet today. I woke up, took care of the baby, got myself ready, started the stream, and I basically looked at Siege for 5 minutes. So I don't know. I'm gonna try this for a second. See if we can still get a weekend on that boss. Like I said, the issue really was speed, but additionally, we now have a second reviver to bring back Scylla the Drakes when she dies. So this should give us enough turns, because we were close on the damage before. I don't think the Rathalos, it was necessary. That hurt badly. Did something wrong there. Get the nice little heal off the A2 there. We have 4 arena modes. We have Classic Arena, 3v3 Arena, Live Arena, and Siege. Noct is actually tanking better than Scylla the Drakes. There we go. That's the proc we wanted. All right, so we're past that one. I don't know. I still think that probably what we could get value out of here is a little bit of a rebuild on Scylla Drakes. Okay, so now the question is, if we don't bring in a weak affinity champion to tank the Spiderlings, we don't know where they're going to go. But they're probably going to go on a Kemptum and Skrank, and that would be a problem. We do have 2 revivers though, so we might just kind of brute force our way through it anyway. And we have, a strong affinity poisoner now. Try it. Oh, Doctor Who, only 5 likes? Yeah, please hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Consider joining our Discord community. Change the gear if I need. Yeah, we will see. We'll see. We might do that. I'm tempted to wait to the second round and get the increase. Turn meter. We didn't land the We didn't land the weekend. We might be running into accuracy problems on a Kempton. Not a Kempton, on a Skrank. I'll have to look at that. Thought he had over 400 accuracy. Weekend. I love that domino effect when they just start killing each other. That ally protect hurt, huh? Still no weaken. They're asleep. Let's just let them sleep. Yeah, Kempton is now the target here. We're gonna get through this just fine though. Beautiful. Accuracy with speed for barbarians. What is Syl the Drake's running? Accuracy but no speed. And it's Slayer. Does she need Slayer for anything? It's just that crit rate, right? So that could be a swap out for her. We could actually run this up. Let's see if we... It's got all the percentages, which is really nice. You'd actually want that on maybe somebody like Ferric in the Fat. Actually, that would be really great. But HP, defense, and speed, as long as we don't roll into attack percentage too much. Yeah, we get that. Defense percentage is great. I want at least one roll into speed. There we go. That's beautiful. So it's already going to be awesome for her. Let's go ahead and see if we get more speed or more HP or defense. Ah, oh, this is beautiful. We're going to run this all the way up. Speed. HP. That's awesome. Let's send this. Did we get accuracy? Defense is not bad. We're going to go ahead and throw that on Syl the Drakes. That's going to give you more accuracy, 13 more speed. She's not speed tuned for anything, right? I don't have to worry about breaking a speed tune. I know she's not in Clan Boss. Going to give you more HP, more defense, more speed, more accuracy. How beautiful was that piece? That it's really the rolls, right? Like yeah, we don't need to do that. Just swap. Okay, what we really need is we need a an amulet for her now. And what we can do with this maybe is we can get out of that chess piece and get into a defensive based chess piece, which we were kind of looking at before. So I want HP or defense with preferably that, but I think they were all equipped. So I think this piece on Farrakhan is a bit of a waste. I would recommend putting him in an HP percentage chess piece as opposed to a defense percentage chess piece. His defense is so low anyway, that you're not really getting a lot of benefit out of this. You do need something to help him stay alive, so I'm not like saying you can't keep him in this, but this actually makes Syl of the Drakes stronger. Plus, like defensively, she's tougher. Plus, she'll hit harder because she's a defense-based champion, so she actually does damage based on defense. So this could you could potentially slide this over. Now you're trading away, 81 accuracy of the 96 accuracy, but we just got. Actually, I don't think we increased accuracy, right? You already. No, you had a 5-star accuracy banner, or a level 12 banner. Okay, so if we did that swap, on this, you know, we would end up still over 300 accuracy. You'd be a little bit low for hard mode. You need to get to 345 for hard mode. But we could take a look at the boots and see if there's a boot here. In perception. That would be really nice. Do you use this guy for anything? Or is he kind of like, can I steal gear from him? I can steal gear from him. Okay. So if we did this, and then if we stole this, and we max this out. HP? Great. All right, so you can see we've actually stayed right around the same accuracy, I think. Right? Because I think we picked up 28 accuracy, and now we're giving 27 of it back. So we're going to end up with almost the exact same accuracy we started with. But we've picked up some speed. I don't know how much speed. I don't think it's a lot of speed. You were running kind of like 230-ish. Let me see. Let's do the swap. All right, so what do we had 13 speed here. What did we have on the old? We had no speed. So we picked up that 13 speed. And then we just picked up, I think, 5 speed. So we picked up 18 speed overall. Plus, we're going to glyph this out. So we can just throw a low attack on it. Defense, I'll put a 4-star on that. Hopefully it'll hit. 2% not bad. HP, same thing. Got to do that again. 3%. And let's go ahead and actually, I'm not going to use up a 5-star glyph, but I'm hoping for a big glyph here. 4. Come on, give me a 4. Give me a 4. Perfect. And we already ascended that, right? So now you're running at 244. So we picked up over 20 speed. We picked up 20. I think we picked up 21 or 22 speed. We maintained our accuracy. We picked up a significant amount of defense. I think we picked up about, I think it's about 600 defense we picked up. This is a very nice Scylla of the Drakes now. I mean, she was already pretty good. You did a good job building her. Now you just get an amulet, preferably defense or HP, probably HP, and with an accuracy substat, you know, get her up to about 400 accuracy. You could get a better ring on her too. You want a defense percentage ring, preferably an HP ring with defense percentage. Maybe like this would be really nice. You can see you can boost her HP, and let's go ahead and increase this. Let's see if we get another defense or HP here. HP would be perfect. Of course it's attack. Of course it's attack. But if we do this, let's perfect. Perfect. That's another 2000 HP and another 100 defense. We'll equip that. I know we went from a 6-star to a 5-star, but you just care about, you know, are you building her in the right direction? I think, you know, 48,000 HP is good for this build. So that helps a little bit. That's not really the ultimate decider here, but that does help a little bit. So let's go back and see now. Are we up to stage 6 yet? I always do. We are on stage 6. So the question is, will this be enough where we are? This is the goal. This is the goal, stage 6. You can try taking it up to stage 10, but I don't think you're going to have the stats. It gets a lot faster. We're going full auto. I didn't even put in AI. I just literally just plugged it in. I don't think we have AI. So we could set up the AI if we need to. Temptem is the target, which is unfortunate. He does sustain, which is nice. Ooh, we lost knocked because of the ally protect. He'll come back. We've got 2 revivers. We need that increased attack. Temptem's probably going to die. But as long as we get an AoE HP burn here from Skrank, I think we're all set. By the way, I want to say thank you to whoever was talking about the... there are a couple of people who were talking about the Temptem passive because we did have that knocked, so it actually worked pretty well. I don't think you need it, by the way. I still think it works just fine, but that was a 55-second clear. That's a pretty cool clear. I'm going to keep pushing. I'm going to keep pushing because this is also all neutral affinity. So let's see if we can do stage 7. With 2 revivers, the knocked ally protection is actually really nice, I think. I think it works out pretty well. That's one of the things I love about these. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Not enough. Well, that's your reality check. Stage 7 gets a lot harder. Stage 6 is actually where it ramps up. So if you can clear stage 6, that's often where people cap out on all of the dungeons. Stage 7 is way harder, and stage 10 is so much harder. So let's just do stage 6 again. Let's just make sure that we're close to 100% here. I don't think it's 100%, but I think chances are you're probably, you know, you're not like 75% chance here. I think you're probably like 95% chance here. And you could get to 100% with just a little bit of a tweak on, you know, a little bit of a rebuild on some of these champions. I know Temptem can't be rebuilt, which is unfortunate in terms of the speed. You could potentially, I don't know. I'll look at his build in a second. So it might be that we need to land. Is there a decrease attack on this team? Yeah, it's definitely not 100%. We might have to put in an AI here to see if we can improve the opening. I mean, we've got a chance because of the AoE revive, which is coming around, I think. Oh, she used the attack. Okay, unfortunate. You want to use the revive and then the turn meter fill. Did it the other way around. So it might be dependent upon us landing a particular combo of buffs. Like we might have the AoE hex on a certain number of spiderlings and the weaken on the boss and all that kind of stuff going together. That's bad news. That's very bad. So yeah, this is definitely not 100%. We might get lucky and get through this just based on the HP burns that we have down. We did. That was lucky. But you know, you can see the best was 32 turns, 55 seconds. Now I manualed. No, I didn't. That was full auto. I didn't manual that. So let's just take a look at the team setup here. Let's see if we can do this one here. This is Spider 25. You can see this was like a 2.5 minute run or 2 minute run. So this was not fast. Maybe it was minute 50. Forget. And this one is faster. So what we're doing here is a Temptem, Till, Arbiter. Maybe I should put knocked up front. Till, Arbiter. Arbiter. Right. The Kemptum is like 180 or 190, something, 183. Yeah, Kemptum is slow here, but he's speed tuned for Clan Boss. So he's not going to, we're not changing his speed. Make sure we have, I think we have the accuracy on everybody except Arbiter, who, so she's not always going to land her weekend, but Skrank should land his weekend. The other thing is we could absolutely now rebuild Skrank with crit rate and crit damage because we want him to hit as hard as possible. We have him in Crushing Red. What level are the Spiderlings? I like Crushing Ren. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just contemplating whether we would get more value out of a Soul. We can't use Soul Reap on him. Never mind. I was thinking Soul Reap, but Skrank is an epic. So I think Crushing Ren is the best bet. And then we had somebody who was landing still the Drakes is landing Brimstone some of the time, and Brimstone's going to have an effect, you know, if you land it or not. Yeah, Crushing Rend is awesome at 6-star. We can afford to give away some accuracy here. We're probably using him for hard mode dungeons, which means we need 345 accuracy. And you're always going to get the 4 minimum, right? Plus up to 16 here. So we could probably run him at like 340 accuracy, 340. If we ran him at 341, I think we'd be fine. So we can potentially give away 90 accuracy. We have defense percentage and HP percentage. I think you only need one or the other. I mean, I know he's squishy. You don't want him to be too squishy. So, but he hits hard. I mean, he has this passive, right? So it increases his champion's attack and crit damage by 5% every time an HP burn debuff triggers on an enemy. So the first time that triggers on 5 of the Spiderlings, he's got all that extra damage in his, you know, in his stats now. So I do think that this is where you're going to get the extra damage. I think Skrank is where we're going to get the extra damage. So let's see. Let's see what we can see about what you've got in terms of here. Relentless would be really interesting for him. Barrel. Accuracy, speed, accuracy. Places block debuff buff on wear at the start of the round for 2 turns. This is a cool new set. I'm glad they went with a defensive set for once, or like a debuffer set, or, you know, like a support set. Because even Supersonic's not really quite, you know, defensive. Like, it's okay for certain champions, support champions, but not for others. Huh. It's a 4-piece set collection, unfortunately. Hey, Raj. Doing all right. Thanks for asking. Doing all right. Oh, this gauntlet's very nice. Try that on. Okay. Again, we have a little bit of accuracy to play with, right? We can give away some accuracy. So let's try looking at some boots with crit rate. That's 70% crit rate. It's got crit damage too. Those are nice. I think we just took these off of Scylla the Drakes, right? These are pretty nice too. But I think either these or better yet, maybe these. This is only 7% crit rate. This is 17% crit rate. Let's go ahead and try that. Yeah, when you get Ninja, you might switch in Ninja for a Kemptum. Like that would work really well. He would do significantly more damage than a Kempton. Kempton's very good. He's a very good clan boss damage dealer, but Ninja is kind of head and shoulders above good. he's much better. And you might not need to change the speed tune. You might need to change the speed of Ninja a little bit, but you won't have to change the champions around him, hopefully. But okay, so we're up to 77% crit rate and 184% crit damage. Let's see. We did drop a little bit of defense, a little bit of attack, a lot of HP. All right, so now let's look at the chess piece. I'd like a chess piece with crit rate, all of that, if we have it. We only have it on Neldor. That's a very nice piece for Neldor. Wow, that's an awesome piece for Neldor. So what if we drop the accuracy? Do we have a piece available? We can't take it from either of those champions. This might work. This could work. I like both of these pieces. This still has rolls. Let's roll this and see if we roll into speed or crit rate. There's another crit rate. One more time. Look how good that piece is. That gets us almost all the way home. It does. It gets us all the way home. Okay. So now we need a cruel piece. Preferably with accuracy. Cruel. Okay. I actually don't need. Let's see. We don't need crit rate on the shield. Go for accuracy instead. Hill stroke. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to Cruel for a second. Let's just look at the pieces that you have. That's a nice piece. You want speed. We don't want to lose speed. Okay, so we have one speed glyph there. We can get a bigger speed glyph there and a third speed glyph there. So we would be giving away maybe like 7 or 8 speed. I'll take a look at the banner. Roll speed for me. Or attack percentage, I guess. Speed, beautiful. Roll this, see what this rolls. Crit damage or speed would be good. Crit damage. Do it again. Perfect. Couldn't get better. Couldn't get better. We have dropped to 324 accuracy, and we need 345 for hard mode stage 10. But if he's a Spiderling specialist, there's always going to be Spiderlings out there. He's going to get that 16. That gets him to 340. Let's look at the... Got 25 accuracy there. All right. All right, so this is beautiful. This is really nice. Let's get some speed onto this. And yeah, we'll take the attack. Well, give me something first. We'll throw a little bit of stuff. Yeah. All right, this one, speed. Yes, please. Defense percentage. Sure, we'll put a little defense there. Get the speed here. Do you want the attack? We want all the attack we can get. And we want HP. All right, so this will end up being enough accuracy. We've picked up a little bit of speed, actually, which is nice. We're now running closer to where we need to be anyway. I would love to see him at like 255, but this is, for stage 6, this is going to be good. He's going to hit a lot harder. A little bit more crit damage would be nice. If we had an accuracy banner in the Slayer set, like if, you could, yeah. But he's also going to ignore 5% defense. We've got more attack. We're trading away HP and defense for speed, crit rate, crit damage. I like what we're doing. I like what we're doing. This is going to be the damage that we need to get us over the top, I think. So now let's go ahead into the team setup. And Tempton needs to open that. He's always going to open that anyway. Nock needs to open this. Syl needs to open that. Arbiter can do her thing. And then Skrank, we're going to have him open with the Weaken, I think, and then put the HP burn next. Let's see how that works. Let's see if we can get this. Okay, so he missed the Weaken, which is really frustrating. I don't know what the percentage chance is. It might be like I think it's a 75% chance with the HP burn. So maybe he needs to place the HP burn first in order to land the Weaken. She used her AoE revive already. I hate Arbiter's AI. All right, we're going to get it. I just don't know how close to 100% it is. Like, if the boss crits and Arbiter dies, it's over, you know? So there's definitely some work to be done here. Scylla the Drakes is a little bit better than she was before, which is nice. Skrank is definitely hitting harder than he was before. But again, like, if he's not clearing the wave, maybe we need to bring Rathalos back in. I'm not sure this knocked thing is doing enough. Rathalos may just do more. Or we bring in an AoE decreased defense champ. Like Mighty Yuga. I mean, it worked, right? But we're still not even matching at first. That first run was beautiful, and I don't know what it was that we're doing differently. So I think we have two options. We either go for more damage with Rathalos and try to blow up that first wave of Spiderlings. And if we do that, I think we're good. Or we go with a decreased defense champion to, again, blow up the Spiderlings. I like the knocked idea. I'd never really thought about that before because I don't have knocked. I also don't have a ton of like great AoE HP, AoE poisons. And I don't use a Kempton for this particular reason. But I want to try this. Let's try to get Rathalos in here. And I think what we're going to do, first of all, let's get Scylla Drakes in. Okay. So, I think what we're going to do here is it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, right? I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what we actually want. We want him to open with this. I would like her to not screw up with the A3. I mean with this. So I think what I'm going to do here I don't really know how her revive works if you change the priority on it. Okay, so the reason you open with this A3 is you want this Spirit Step Slash to be the 5th ability because of the passive. Every 5th skill used by this champion deals 200% more damage, but it has to be the second time he used Spirit Step Slash, because the first time it's a single target and the second time it's an AoE. But this ignores 25% of the target's defense and it ignores 100% of the boss's defense. You want this one to be boosted by the passive. So what's going to happen is he's going to open with the slash, and then if you count the cooldowns, right, he's going to go he's going to go overhead into Spirit Step. So Spirit Step is the second ability. Then both of them are on cooldown. He goes into Spirit Thrust. Then overhead slash is off of cooldown. So now overhead slash comes up 4th. That gives him the increased crit damage. And now Spirit Step Slash happens 5th on the 5th turn. So he gets the passive for the 200% more damage. Plus he has the crit damage buff up. So you want to time out Rathalos' skills so he gets this as the 5th. And that should kill the boss. If we've done this right, Rathalos will actually end the fight on his 5th hit, if not before. Now, you also want to make sure you have the AoE HP burns up at that point. So we kind of, you're kind of hoping that this lands at the right time, and it might not. I don't know. We'll have to see. So I'm trying to think of how we want. I think we want Arbiter to open with her A1. And I think we want this. Yes, I think that's what we want. We're just going to try it. We're going to see if this works. He's faster than the Hex. He's running at 187. And Akemtham's running at 183. He's faster than the Hex. Yeah, he is. I don't know that matters, because what we like the Hex is yeah, we'll have to see. Because it's really the second Hex that matters, not the first, right? So it might be that you want Akemtham slower. He actually ran slower than the Hex there. And now Arbiter should open. You have her A2. Or her A3, rather. Yeah. So that's where the turn meter fill came in. That was weird that, I don't know. Okay. So that's the second hit. Now we get the AoE HP burn. Oh, no. Wait a second. We already used it. Yeah. Damn. Okay. I might have gotten too fancy. I might have just gotten too fancy. Let's say we go back to that and we just open as hard as possible. Just try to nuke that first wave out. So let's go ahead and start with that. Let's open with the AoE HP burn. And do that. And let's just see how that works, if that works better. That definitely helped us burn through that first wave. Boss is still doing it. But now I think we're good. I think we're actually going to get this now. Because Arbiter's going to revive everybody now, I think. Or it's on the next one. And then she'll have her increase attack. Oof. This is going to be close. There it is. Now the increased attack. That gives everybody turn meter. Nope. Not enough. Okay, so Rathalos is not really getting the job done here. Hey, we might get this anyway. We might get this anyway. No. There's the AoE revive, but she already used her increased turn meter, so we're all and just going to die. There we go. We can get the AoE HP burn, we might get it. Oh. I don't like to waste energy. So even when it's a failing composition, I like to win the fight. You know, like if you know the composition's not working, but you're just like, I can still win the fight. Yeah, so I think that I was talking about the other composition being Ugo here. On that. Yeah, I might have to bring back Knock. We'll have to see. I'm going to give this a try. That did surprisingly okay. Gonna cleanse? Nice. If Ugo saves this with a revive, I would she doesn't have the revive. That would have been too funny. That would have been too funny if she just revived everybody and then we won that. Yeah, so it feels like the Noct team is working better. Let's bring Noct back. I do want to look at Noct's build. Not a bad build. But the thing is, he's an ally protector, and we don't have a defense. You don't have like an increased defense or strengthen or something. So he dies to AoE. He's got the accuracy. His speed is fine. But potentially we used Vogoth on the way up, but now that you mention it though, let's see, because he's got that provoke. Does he have the accuracy? He doesn't really have the accuracy. He does have. He kind of died in normal mode, like he wasn't super tanky. But not a bad thought, you know, not a bad option necessarily. The problem is not really the spiderlings. It's the boss. The boss wipes us out. So I think that this is maybe like overthinking it. I think we need to boost damage, not boost survivability, except if we're using knocked, I think we could. And so if we had yeah, I think if we had a better piece here, we might be able to get him into a different set. Even. I was thinking maybe like an immortal set or a stalwart set or a resilience set or something like that. But potentially we could do something like this. Looking for a better defensive set. That's kind of interesting. Huh. Huh. Are there any protection? No, there's no protection accessories. Nope. So, okay. Maybe we'll roll this. See, we roll into speed here or defense. Still not bad. I don't know that trading away 12,500 HP is worth, 500 defense. This isn't really an upgrade. I was thinking if we could get maybe the little shield on it, but I don't know if this shield is going to last anyway. But it's a little bit of extra survivability. But I think that really what we need is we need a defensive set. Let's see if there's any. Immortal. That would be good. No real 6-star. A nice piece, though. That's a decent piece too. Trying to farm campaign. What? Brutal tends to be the best if you're farming campaign for anything. Yeah, I don't see a great way to improve his build. I'd probably get out of this. This would be the one thing I would probably do. Be like, all right, let's get out of this. Is there anything better? But not really. There isn't really anything better. So I think we're where we're. I think this is what we've got. I think this is what we've got, and I don't think it's 100%. I do think you could farm stage, 4 or 5 at 100%, and you just have to figure out, which affinity works best for you. Again, you could get Vogoth in. Hey, Mew. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, another thing that you could do is bring in I was thinking about a shield set. You could bring in somebody with a shield set here. The shield set, or if you had a bolster set could go on Scylla the Drakes. You could definitely do that. She actually gets value out of that, especially in places like Doom Tower. Really nice. You could potentially put Nock in a shield set or a bolster set. I think this team's going to win. It's definitely not 100%, and it's not, it's highly variable in terms of the amount of time. But it's probably a high percentage chance of winning here at stage 6. And you're going to get nice drops. So I do think that, we've made some progress. If you need to farm stage 5, I think actually this team, because your strong affinity, like I think this team is going to be very good against stage 5. Let's go ahead and see how we do in stage 5. Because Noctis strong affinity and Scylla the Drake is strong affinity. You're going to land all your debuffs. There's a little bit of a speed reduction, so that's going to help you out. I mean, it'll probably be a Kempton will be the Spiderling tank, but if you're burning, there was Skrank, but if you're burning through the Spiderlings fast enough, it won't matter. The other option here would be to bring in a Force Affinity champion, or drop down one more and bring back Vogoth. which I think would be a piece of cake. Based on what we're seeing, you know, it feels like the Skrank rebuild helped with the damage, but not enough to get us over the top, right? Like he's not doing enough damage on his own over the top. I do like this combo with Akemptum and Noct. I think that's fine for now. What's probably going to happen is, you know, down the road, you're going to find somebody who's going to make this easier. Now you could go like, instead of Asilla the Drakes, you could go with like a block damage champion. You know, like if you pulled Helicath, for instance, I think that makes this easier. If you pulled Valkyrie, you know, like that could make this easier. If you got your Septimus like really built and geared and crushing, he could make this easier. Like there are champions that could make this easier. I don't know about Tomb Lord. I don't like know this champion all that well, but he has decreased turn meter, which you don't really want to do on the Spiderling, so probably not Tomb Lord. I mean, you could try messing around with, you know, other champions. Oboro could work. Oboro could work because this A1 could be an AoE, and that could help. You could try the Renegade idea again. You could bring Renegade back in, which is kind of an interesting idea. But it just feels like the best setup is Rathalos, but we're not getting there, and I think it's just because of speeds. So, you know, like if I were just theory crafting a better team, you know, in the future, I would do something like yeah, you don't have the pieces. You don't really have the pieces. But I'll just give you a quick. I mean, I think it was a successful, you know, you're getting here. You can do stage 6 now. I would say stage 4 or 5 is probably where I would farm. Like if you're going to farm this, you know, you could probably even keep these same champions. They'd be weak affinity champions. Or you could go all out damage. You know, there's all sorts of things you could do to kind of make this work. But with the champions that you have and the builds that you have, it's going to be hard, because what happens is if you go to the Hell Hades website. Now this is, yeah, I think the stats are they're not quite there for 6. They're almost there. Like you're really close on 6. I think you're going to win like 80% of the time probably. But it's not. I think stage 5 is better. Stage 4 is better. You know, like obviously, you could do stage 2 pretty easily. I think you could do stage 3 pretty easily. So I think those are going to be, you know, close to 100% chance, if not 100% chance. But what I was going to say is, if you go to, let me see, changed Discord recently, the OBS recently. Here, okay. So if you come here, right, and you go to the raid stages tool, and you go to dungeons, Fighter's Den, and you want to go to hard mode. If you check stage 1, right, these are the stats. So you can see the speed of the boss is 150. I'm sorry, 100. The speed of the Spiderlings is 150. You only need 225 accuracy to land. This is the same as stage 25. So clearing stage 1 it's like the mechanics are different, but the stats are basically the same. Right? There might be a little bit more HP, I forget, but basically it's the same. Now, when you get to stage 5, you'll see there's been an increase, but it's not overwhelming, right? You've gone 20 speed faster. There is more HP. Like you still have to do more damage. And you've gotten the accuracy requirement from 225 up to 270. So 45 additional accuracy. But now you just go to stage 6. And you jump up 25 speed. So there's more of a speed increase between stage 5 and stage 6 than there is between stage 1 and stage 5, right? And we've jumped up another 15 accuracy. So 15 accuracy per stage there, as opposed to, 45 for 5 stages, right? So we were averaging 9. Now we jumped up 15. And then if you keep going, it just gets faster and faster and faster. So at stage 7, which is where we ran out of gas, you can see the speed's already at 170. We just jumped up another 25 speed. We just jumped up 30 accuracy. So it's like the stats get crazy fast once you get past stage 5. So up to stage 5, it's pretty easy. If you can clear stage 25, you can probably, with a couple of tweaks, get to stage 5. If you have the right, well, depending on the champion. And then if you go to stage 10, you see, okay, boss is going at 245, right? Spiderlings are the same speed, by the way. They never speed up, but their resistance increases. Now you need 345 accuracy. And if you want to resist the spiderlings, if you want to like a resistance tank, you need a lot more resistance. So realistically, like for where you are on your account, if we're trying to farm something, I think stage 6 is phenomenal. Like that's really strong to be able to farm stage 6. It's definitely not 100% though. Now I think potentially you could be close to 100% at like stage 2 or 3. You might even be 100%. I don't know. Or it might be like 99%. It's the same thing, basically. Because if you fail once out of 100 runs, it's still efficient. I do think, you need stats to go and farm stage 6 more effectively. Now, there is another thought that I've had about stage 6, which is, one of the things that I did was I pulled in Arbiter, right? So you're not fast enough. And so my thought here with this team was Arbiter will give us more turn meter fill, and that will speed up the team, simultaneously giving us a second revive, potentially if people die. Plus, you have the A1 weaken, but we don't have the accuracy to land the weaken, but that would be nice as well, right? But the goal would be actually maybe to get away from this and bring in somebody who's going to do more for the team than Arbiter is. Now, Arbiter's making up for a lack, so she's doing a lot, but there might be a champion who can make up for that lack plus, right? So, one thing, like, and I know this is me talking, so it's like, I think about champions like, accessible champions. So Deacon gives you that speed aura, 19%. Akemden gives you 18%. It's not a huge difference. He gives you that decreased defense. That decreased defense is going to help you blow up the spiderlings. We're missing a decreased defense, right? So imagine now we pull a Kemptum. We put Deacon in its spot, right? You get turn meter decrease. So the spiderlings actually get turn meter decrease on the A2. So the spiderlings, even though you're getting less increase turn meter, you get that decreased turn meter. You do get a leech on the boss as well, which can provide a little bit of sustain. But now you bring in Rathalos for Arbiter. So you're basically bringing Deacon for Arbiter and Rathalos for a Kemptum. You're leaning into that HP burn and nuke strategy. Maybe that with the decreased defense, maybe that's enough. Or, if somewhere down the line, let's say you pull, an Astrid, right? Now, she doesn't have the aura, but like she's going to give you that increased attack that Arbiter's giving you, great. Increased speed, which is nice. Turn meter fill, turn meter reduction on the spiderlings, decrease speed on the spiderlings, weaken on the spiderlings, plus an AoE hit. She's perfect, right? Like she's literally perfect. Not the only champion out there you could get. A free champion that you could eventually get to. Now it's going to be a ways down, but if anybody's watching this, like Lydia is actually really great for this fight, right? Because she can open with her A2 which gives a decreased defense and a weaken on all of the spiderlings and the boss. Plus, you get a strengthen buff and an increased speed buff for your team. So that's going to handle some of the speed issue. That's going to help you survive the boss's first nuke, right? Because you're going to have that buff up. You're going to totally wipe out that wave. So again, maybe, if you get to Lydia and you don't get to Deacon or you don't get to Astrid, you keep a Kemptum in, right? And you get that AoE Hex out there. You get the decreased defense, the weaken. Maybe you get away from the HP burn, just go, pure damage. Or you mix it in, depending on what the speeds are that you can get based on the gear that you have at the time. So there's a bunch of ways to theory craft this team moving forward. Like, it's not just this is it and you need better gear. Like, you could get another champion to replace, or 2 champions or 3 champions to replace some of these champions. Another option is you have an ally attacker in Farrakhan the Fat. So if you had like AoE A1 champions, like if you end up building, well, if you got Artak would solve the problem. So if you pull Artak's the solution. But I was thinking, like, if you had Skull Crown, or if you pull, you're going to get Eric's eventually. You're a ways out from that. You're like, you might be like a year away from Eric's. Forget Eric's. If you build your Wukong really crazy, maybe Wukong becomes the solution. He could be the solution. We didn't try Wukong. Wukong would be fun to try. But so keep experimenting with it. Keep trying and theory crafting and but remember that for hard mode, like, blowing up the spiders is really good. HP burns are great. But really the reason that HP burns are great is because they help weaken all the spiders, and then when they pop, they just kind of fall in dominoes. But you don't need necessarily to use an AoE HP burn. I do like the Skrank Rathalos pairing. I think ultimately that's probably the direction you're going with the AoE Hex. So these 3 champions together, you get AoE Hex, AoE HP burn, and then an AoE nuke. It helps to have a decreased defense. It helps to have a weaken, and we don't have those right now, right? You know what? Let me just try one last thing while I'm here. Let me just try one last thing. I'm just curious about this for a second. Arbiter goes first. You get all 10 down. Get the HP burns on 10. The decreased defense on 10. You don't get the Hex out there. We nuke them out. We don't want to put the Hex out yet. We put this out instead. Don't want to use... This is the thing about the auto, is he or she uses this. I don't know if she uses that for some reason. She wants to give speed to people or something, but with the weaken on the boss, if we can, we did not. So here's the increase, attack, turn meter fill, and heal, right? We're not back around to the decreased defense yet. Still don't have a weaken on the boss. Here's the AoE X. Skrank is going to... All right, I think we'll win this one, but obviously this is not working. Part of it is just the speed. We're just not quite fast enough. No, I guess we're not going to win. Yeah. So that's the team. That's the team for right now. By the way, if you get additional copies of the two epics here so you can empower them, I think that would help a lot. So like potentially you don't need to pull an RTAC or whatever. Like you could just, get that. I do think one of the things that we're missing here, which is something to consider, is that we don't have a decrease attack. So when the boss nukes, she's wiping out our team, and I think the reason is because we don't have a decrease attack. Now, when we had Maneater, that's one of the things that his A1 did, right? Not only did it decrease the attack from the Spiderlings, but it decreased the attack from the boss. Well, I'm here. Let's try one more thing. I don't think this is going to work, but this is the thing. We're fast enough on the first turn. We're not really fast enough on the second. There. Need decrease attack on the ball. Now if we get around to it, weaken on the boss. Now if we can get Neldor's nuke. Okay, it's not killed, but maybe, no. I'm going to say, if some of these HP burns tick before the boss goes, it might be enough to start the domino effect. It did. And we survived. That decreased attack is so valuable. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Yeah, fortunately we didn't get the full combo out the second time. We are still too slow. Weaken. Poisons did some work there, huh? So, the theory behind this works decently. But again, could we get this to be 100% full auto? I think it still comes down to stats. So Nildor's kind of okay on speed. His accuracy is okay for stage 6, I think, but not. I think he needs 270, right? We said 270, but not for stage 10. You can get a little bit more crit damage out of him, which would help. You could maybe get him in a second merciless piece, maybe a merciless, let's see if this. You're not running 100% crit rate on him. So that's the same thing, that we were talking about before. Again, if you're running him for Fire Knight, and all you want is him to land his freezes, like I understand, right? Then you just want him tanky, survivable, fast, and accurate. But potentially we pulled we do. What did we just do? We're like moving towards kind of a glass cannon build. No, it's the first turn is not the increase turn meter. That's the thing. We're fast enough on the first round. We're not fast enough on the second. Decrease attack. Here's the question. Put the ally protection up. Weaken on the boss. Now we put up the ally protect. That worked pretty well. We got the continuous heals already tracking. Decrease accuracy on it. Weaken is up there. Let's get some heals on that. Freezes would be nice. We just two-shot it. All right, so I'm looking for 3 energy. I just want 3 energy just so I can go make a team. I want 2 energy so I could go make a team. Gotta go hunt energy. There's no energy available. I can't find any energy. How about normal? is there one place I could maybe get there? I want to spend another 40 gems. Okay, so here's the thing about that last team that we did was Akemptum, Skrank, Noct, Neldor, and Arbiter. The thing about it is you want to open with Arbiter's A1. I would turn off her revive completely. Don't let her use it. And then I think if you have the right skills in the right order, you might be able to two-shot that boss. And if you can't quite two-shot him, I think a slight rebuild on Neldor would maybe get you there. Right? A little bit more damage on Neldor would get you there. You don't want to drop that accuracy. You need that accuracy. But potentially you could swap out the defense. Leave the HP on. Swap out the defense for even crit rate to get 100% crit rate. That might be enough. That might be all you have to do. So I think that could potentially be the team. And again, you know, you can bookmark this video, come back, watch it. I really like that Noct combo with Akemptum. But the other nice thing about Noct is this ally protection and the continuous heals actually gives you, like, maybe we don't need the Sill of the Drakes, right? Maybe this is better. Get just another damage dealer in there. Again, you could also try it with Rathalos instead of Neldor. But I think the thing about Neldor is that first decrease attack, that first nuke from the boss is really mitigated. So here what we've got is we've got all of the damage dealers working in conjunction with Noct, who's also keeping us alive, and then Arbiter's making everybody go. In theory, it's pretty nice. And it might farm that stage 6 with just a little bit of tweaking, you know, a little bit of extra gear. If you wanted to for Noct, we already tried rebuilding Noct. But I think in the future, you know, the only thing you would want to maybe do is like swap out these two pieces. If you can keep the speed and sort of the HP, see if you can get them into like an immortal set, or maybe, you know, what would be really nice is if you have any Defiant. Do you have any Defiant? So if you had a Defiant set, I don't know if you have any Defiant pieces, but this gives 10% defense, plus it reduces the damage taken from enemy AoEs by 15%. So when the boss does that AoE, that would reduce the damage on the ally protector, right? Because you take 15% less damage from that AoE. And that would just keep Noct alive. That's really all you need to do. Get Noct to that next round, because he looked like he got down to about 15% health there, maybe 10%. So a crit would probably knock him out. But if you could get him into just 2-piece Defiant set and keep the stats, then I think you're there, you know. Or, you know, eventually get him out of this crit damage amulet and get more defenses there, more HP or more defense. Yeah, I'm thinking even like if you had a blood shield ring, even a little bit of extra defense would be nice. Or if you ever get a blessing on him, that will solve the problem, right? Because you're going to get 8,000 or 7,500 HP right away. So if you get a 1-star blessing on Noct, that would solve the problem too. That would make him tanky enough to probably just be fine. So, all right, so that is it for this one. That was a little bit longer than I expected, but I love doing stuff like spider rebuilds and whatever. So good progress here. I think we were on, what were we on before? Were we on stage 21 or 22 you had gotten to? So we finished off normal mode. We pushed hard mode pretty well. Sorry, it's not 100%, but it's almost there. It's close. You'll get it there in the next, I would say, 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month. You know, all you need is a couple of gear drops, maybe a couple of perception sets you forge, a couple of resilience sets you forge. You know, a couple of just little tweaks, and you should be good. So thanks so much to Z Trust for letting me tool around. I'm glad we were able to do something for you. I am going to shut this one down for now. I'm going to reset the wheel. Give me just a sec. I need to or reset the reactions on the wheel. Okay, so you can go ahead and react to the wheel. Remember, you need to be a member of the Discord. So you can join the Discord community just by clicking on the link in the description of the live stream. Scroll down till you see the Wheel of Takeover channel. You want to join that. There's a message from my editor, whose name is Sun. You want to react to that. You can react to it as many times as you like, but it only takes one to enter, and you can't enter more than once. And then we're going to go ahead and I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then I will be back in 2 minutes, and we will do the reaction. In the meantime, don't forget to like the stream. Thanks. Be right back. I haven't eaten yet today. It's 4 o'clock, so I had to get a quick snack there. Sorry about that. It just occurred to me, I might have knock. Like, I might own knock. Do I own knock? I know I've pulled him on an account, or I have him on an account somewhere. Apparently not this one. No, I don't. I think I had him on. I don't know. I had him on someone. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and spin the wheel here. Excuse me. Whoops, that didn't work. Hang on. There we go. There we go. That's working. Sorry. Any poisoner may work, but there's also that ally protect with the heals that we were talking about, right? Which for that particular team were like kind of critical. I mean, I have Calvalax, like, you know, so I could always try that Calvalax. I do kind of want to try a poison explosion team again. I tried one way back in the day when I pulled Calvalax. I had Elenarl and I tried to put them together, and it wasn't enough. I'd love Bad Alcazar. I really wanted to pull him recently, but I didn't get him. Hey, LFC, you won, man. That's fantastic. Congrats. That's awesome. Been watching a long time. Okay, I need the code now. Let me also give you your roll. I need to do your roll. I was able to do this before. Now I'm not. Add a roll. It's not giving me the out. Oh. All right, we got it. All good. So, what kind of takeover can we do for you, LFC? You should see me now. It's just in the channel below the Wheel of Takeover. It's the coaching voice. You can join me right there. You need to find... There you are. Okay. So level 100 account. Let's look at the login date. You're past all of the champions. So this is like 2+ years. You've been playing a long time. Let's look at the champions. You've got Alaz the Sunbearer. That's pretty cool. He's a cool looking champ. He's a very cool looking champ, actually. I think he's one of my favorite mythics in terms of form. I just think he's cool. He's less fancy than some of the other ones, but I just dig what he's got going on. He's like a Viking of the Sands or something. Just freaking cool. Giant axe. Right? Looks a little bit like your Carl. He's like a desert version of your Carl. He's got extra horns though. So pretty cool. You do have your Lady Mikage. Awesome. Kemptum, Armands, Vault Keeper, Wixwell. You've got Newt. You've got your Mithrala all set. Your Arbiter. Got Harima. UDK. Artak. You've got your Lydia. What do you need my help for? What do you need my help for? You've got a Nergigante Archer who's not built. You need my help. You desperately need my help. How could you have this champion for that many months and not have built her? Holy cow. Buddy, we got to talk. So tell me, what are you looking for? Don't tell me in the stream chat, live stream chat. Like send me a DM. Tell me what you're looking for. Let's go ahead and look at, I guess while we're waiting, we'll go ahead and look at some stuff. Demon Lord, Clan Boss, Ultra Nightmare. LFC's got a 1 key, a Demitha. That's a Myth Air with Ninja. That's a Myth Air with Ninja. That's a nice Myth Air. Yeah. All right. Is this a 1 key on all affinities? Because this is where Ninja's strong affinity. Is it a 1 key on all affinities, or is it a... Do you have to, like, swap out your damage dealer? You have to swap to Ninja? Yeah, so you... Or I mean, Geo. So you swap Ninja for Geo here? Okay. Not that this isn't good and this isn't worthwhile. It totally is. But if you wanted to switch to a Wixwell comp, that's an easier comp, right? It's a little bit friendlier on the stats, too. And you can do it with Ninja. Yeah, Ninja running at 256. So you've got the 3-for-1. This is the 3-to-1 version. That's why you get the 1 key out of it. It's the 3-to-1 version. No, you can't talk in the voice channel. You can only DM me. Yeah, unfortunately. Well, fortunately. That just streamlines things. You want to pull for the extra Lego? That's what you're hoping for? That's what the takeover's about? All right. So we are pulling for the extra Lego. We have room in the roster to pull for. Is there like a limit here? Or are we just we're just pulling until we get the double? Is that what we're doing? And are there any particular champs we're looking for? Like, do you need somebody in particular? Need a Kaimar or something? Pull till the double. Yes, you need the Kaimar. Yeah. We got to build your Nergigante Archer, dude. She is phenomenal. I don't care. We have to build her at some point. You have Nishak. He's not built. Did you just pull like all your gear off of people like during a free gear and then you didn't rebuild them all in time or something? Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll take a look. All right. So we are pulling. Good luck. We're hoping maybe for a Kymar. That'd be nice. It looks like you don't have a Duchess yet, so that could be good. Who knows? You have a Corvus? Corvus could be awesome. Corvus works really well with Wixwell and Lady Mikage. Let's just look at your legendaries. Let's just see your legendaries here for a second. I just want to see what you got. You got a Stultus. You got a Harima, right? And I think I saw you had a Newt. Pretty sure you had a Newt, right? I'm always blunt areas, right at the top. You've got your Lady Kimmy, which is awesome. Ray's nice. Matura, Ragash, Walking to... Oh, there's a Valkyrie. You've got Teox. Dude, you've got Teox. Astrid. Oh, man. This account is stacked. Is that your second Podrick? Didn't you have another Podrick up here? You got one right there. You got Mikage. I mean, even down here, you got a Goffred. You got a couple of Gaiuses. You got another Nishak. Vergomkar. This is a nice count. Let me just see something. What was I just thinking about? Oh, I just wanted to see your... Who can you pair up? So, not phenomenal Lizardman, although Razin can certainly pair with Teox. Vergomkar is kind of... like, not bad. I don't know that he would be a great pairing. Roxham's on the weaker side as well. Yeah, so you don't have a phenomenal pairing. But maybe you'll get one today. Okay, so good Lizardman. Let's look at that. Like, who could we pair? Who could we pair with Teox? I mean, honestly, you need a Pythion and a Necmothar. Dracomorph would be the best. Fushan's not bad either. So yeah, I think you know, Draco would probably be the best, but Necmo would be nice too. Although, you know, you're trying to pair champions that build out a lizard team. So Pythion and Necmo are really good, and then you also want somebody who can hit really hard, and Draco's the perfect pairing for that. But the person who hits hard doesn't actually have to be from the Lizardman faction, right? Like this is just the ally with the highest crit damage, so it doesn't have to be a lizard. Anyway. All right, so we want a Kymar, maybe a Duchess, some lizards. There we go, and we're pulling for an extra legend. Here we go. Podrick is good. Speaking of lizards, Venom Mage, that's pull number 1. Not a bad epic if you don't, you probably have Venom Mage, but worth empowering. Absolutely worth empowering. Number 2, pull number 2. I don't get to pull for people too often. This is kind of fun. It's kind of fun. I hope we hit, though. Gotta hit early. 3 sacred shards. We're pulling all the way, though. Got 27. Going for the bone. Malkith is not bad. Remember that this is a 1x chance, so it's only a 6% chance. But hopefully we will hit. Parcelis. Grave Dirt. I didn't even know that was his last name. That's kind of funny. Parcelis Grave Dirt. Come on. Give us something. Phoenix, really nice. He's got that enemy block revive on his A1. Come on. We want to get a Kymar and a Draco. Another pretty good epic worth an empowerment. My Celiac Priest Ornn. Here we go. Septimus, who's fun. Let's see who the bonus is. Who's the extra champion? How about a lizard? How about a lizard? Dude, I'm sorry. That's not a great double. That's not a great double. But if you do have, like, Septimus is actually somebody who could pair potentially with Leggett Teox. I wonder, I'm assuming this extra turn would happen off of an ally attack or like a, you know, yeah, it'd be an ally attack. We'd have to see. So I'm glad it didn't take like too many shards. What was that? 9 shards, which is actually not too bad. You know, that's not too bad. But I'm sorry that you didn't get better, get better champions. I will say this skill is usable. Having an AoE freeze is always good. She's not as bad as she used to be. She's not great. I have a soft spot in my heart for Septimus. I actually think he's a really good champion. Is that a new champion for you, by the way? Was Septimus new? Septimus was a new legendary, so that's cool. And he is actually extremely hard hitting. So you were 13 into Mercy. Oh, geez. Well, sorry. All right. I will say this. I have been on hot streaks before, and it feels like I'm heating up a little bit again, but I was on a cold streak for 7 months. So, you know, this is about average. That wasn't a bad shard pull. It wasn't a great shard pull, but it wasn't a bad shard pull, so I don't feel too bad about it. But now we've got to look at something for you. We have to look at this Archer, Nair Gigante Archer. Now, this is not a champion that a lot of people are going to have access to anymore, right? Because it's like you either have her or you don't. But if you look at this A2, oh, she's booked. All right, the A3 is an AoE Hex that also has a provoke on anybody. But if it's a boss, it's a 2-turn provoke. So for the head of Decay or whatever head it is in Hydra, she's perfect for that because she gives you the Hex, plus she gives you the provoke. Then she also gives you an AoE slow on bosses, right? Plus her passive heals all allies by 10% of their max HP when attacking enemies under a Hex debuff. This can fire based on every Hex out there. So if you have 4 Hexes out there, you're healing all of your allies by 40% of their max HP. She also gets increasing defense each time she receives a hit from an enemy under Hex, and that stacks up to 30%, and she's defensive based, so that makes her hit harder and more survivable. She also has an increased accuracy buff on her A1, which is really nice for places like Arena. So absolutely insane. Yeah. Your Hydra is terrible. Oh, well, we need to fix your Hydra then. You have Mithrala and you have Archer. So let's go ahead and look at this. Like if you look at your debuffs and just go and look at Hex, right? Because you need Hex champions. And you have 3 of the best in the game. Because you have Mishinaki, who's an AoE Hexer. You have Mithrala, who's an AoE Hexer. And you have Nair Gigante Archer, who's an AoE Hexer. And all of these champions are phenomenal for Hydra. So you should have at least a normal hard and brutal, if not a hard, brutal, and nightmare. You also have a Kempton and Vildrix, who are the 2 AoE epics. Cleopteryx has an AoE Hex. But also Huntmaster, who hits really hard based on Hexes. So he increases the damage enemies under Hex debuffs received by 10%. So like everybody just gets more damage. And then he also has a thing, will ignore 25% of each target's defense if there are 4 or more enemies under Hex debuff. So if all of the heads are under Hex debuffs, he ignores 25% of the target's defense. So he could be a huge... he he could be a huge damage dealer for you as well. Although you don't have to run him, but he could really make life easy for you. He also gets a perfect veil, which is it's awesome too. So let's start by looking at your Mithrala. Not bad. 543 accuracy. That's really nice. A little bit low on defense. The HP is fine. About 60k is fine. 55k would be fine. Her speed's a little bit low at 210. I like to run my cleansers faster than that. You also want to get that AoE hex out fast. So I would look for more speed. If you could get it in her banner and get an accuracy banner on her, that would be really nice. And maybe get her into another. There's no speed there. There's no speed there. Is she speed tuned for something? She isn't. Okay. So let's go ahead and look for. Let's see. Let's get a substat of accuracy. That's really nice, actually. That's not bad. That's really nice, too. Take the extra accuracy for now. The extra HP. So that's nice. Let's get her in those. I can use 50 million silver. Cool. Probably don't need that much, but that's awesome. Thank you. This is actually pretty nice, although it's not super fast or accurate. It's got defense percentage and HP percentage, which is nice. This is a nicer piece. That's a better piece. I mean, we could potentially see if we want to pull pieces off of somebody. But so this resistance, defense, speed, this is really nice for her, especially for PvP. Okay. Now let's look at these 4 pieces. See what she's got equipped. Not too bad. Yeah, right. You don't have. Okay, so let's just start with the weapon. That's really nice. That gives you a chunk of speed, a triple speed roll there with some accuracy, resistance. That's nice. And now these pieces. And none of these pieces that are on her have speed, or they don't have speed and accuracy. They have speed. Her chest piece has speed. It's an accuracy chest piece. I would probably actually get her out of the accuracy chest piece and get her into defense percentage or HP percentage. So let's look at that piece first. I think I would pull this piece from Cryodan. Is that okay to pull this piece from Cryodan, or is that a problem? We could also pull this piece from Deacon. They're equally good, actually. The Deacon piece might even be better. The reason I don't want to pull it from Deacon is because I think Deacon, might be more useful. You use Deacon, okay. Let's do that. Now let's look at the piece that you have on her. This is HP percentage with a lot of accuracy, but let's see. Maybe we can find a defensive piece with speed, accuracy. Just Wukong. That's crit rate. Why? Because it's got defense. I want defense on the main stat. There we go. Oh, that's a beautiful piece for her. Do you use Farrakhan? You can always make a swap there. Okay. So right now we're in a much better place in terms of defense at 3.5K. That's really nice. That's a pretty good place to have her. I wouldn't even mind running her a little bit up beyond that. 61 HP, like 1000 HP is great. 253 is a much better place for her to run. You could even run like her another 10, 15, 20 speed faster. We've lost a bunch of accuracy here, so I'm going to want to try to get that back if we can. We do have accuracy substats to glyph here. So that's 3. This one is glyphed. So we have 4 accuracy glyphs coming. So that could probably get us somewhere around 20 to 25, maybe 30 accuracy. I definitely want to keep her high. So I don't want to drop her too much. Let's go ahead and look at I think the helmet didn't have speed on it, but we also don't want to lose accuracy there. So let's just see what it's got. So it's got a lot of accuracy, so that's hard to lose that. So speed and accuracy. Let's see if there's something that's showing up, like a double roll into accuracy if possible. That's a very nice piece. It's a very nice piece. But nothing's really rolling accuracy. Here's a double roll in accuracy. Vildrix, and that's not a bad. That's a double roll. That's a double. That's 32 accuracy. That's 5. Yeah, maybe this. All of that back on accuracy. That rolled really well. Accuracy. Nice. You can max that out when you get a chance. We're actually going to gain accuracy. I think we're going to gain accuracy here. 21 accuracy there is actually not bad. On an HP, yeah, I'd probably keep that. Unless there's not really worth re-rolling just for that. I wouldn't spend silver just for that for now, unless there was a special one. So now if we go ahead, let's go ahead and upgrade this. Maybe it'll land into defense or something. Yeah, look at that. Defense percentage, beautiful. Look at all these glyphs. Look at all these glyphs. Got a lot of glyphs, my friend. I hate those 4s. They keep popping up 4. This is going to be a really nice Mithrala build when we're done. This might be built better than my Mithrala when we're done. Actually, let's ascend this. We have Let's see what we get. Attack is not awesome. Send this. See what we get here. Defense, which is very nice. Go ahead and max that out. All right. I'm liking this. This is going to be a really, really good Mithrala. You're gonna enjoy using her a lot from now on. Not that you didn't maybe enjoy her before. Let's see if we get speed. Defense. That's okay. We can leave that for now. That's not bad at all. And then let's lift this one out. Beautiful. All right, so we added HP. Not a lot. Almost exactly 2,000. We added 1,100 defense, which is really nice. We added 68 speed, which is really nice. We landed on the exact same accuracy, although we did lose some resistance based on just the resistance stat. So we lost about just under 40 resistance, which is not inconsiderable. That is something to think about. But I promise you, this is a much better build. Now, I'm going to go ahead and... Ooh, storage is full. Okay, so let's do a quick little gear cleanse. All right, so first of all, that's decent, that's decent. I don't ever use these all that much, so it's like, they're not really good statistically. Okay. All right, that one's going. That one can stay. That one's going. Let's look at it. That one can go. That one can. That should be enough. All right, and then we need to sell some pieces here, so do the same thing. You're in the same place where I am with gear, where it's just like, you just trash, like gear all the time, and you probably end up with, good, like this. Like, that's a nice piece, but are you ever going to use it? Jeez. I'd get rid of that one. Okay, let's sell that one. Probably get rid of that one too. Supersonic, if it doesn't have speed on it, you can trash it. Yeah, okay, I get what you're going for there. Let's see. Still need to sell pieces. All right. That's gone. Don't need that, that's for sure. Now let's look at the just new. Maybe there's been some mistaken stuff. Yeah, that can go. That could probably stick around. You're killing me. Nope. wouldn't keep this piece. I wouldn't. Maybe keep the piece. Avenging. You have rolled. You have like kept and rolled a lot of kind of mediocre gear here that ends up being a trap. It's like it's borderline gear and not a great set, but it rolls really well, and now you feel compelled to keep it. You know, like I'm looking at these boots. It's like 6-star speed boots with a double roll and accuracy. That's really nice. But Avenging sucks. Like Avenging is just an awful set, right? It's one of the worst sets in the game. So it's like, who ends up with that piece? You know what I mean? Like, when are you going to use that piece? Yeah, that should be gone. Same thing, you know, like a lot of these sets, it's so what I do for stuff like this. So this is just what I do. For Avenging, I would not keep it as a rare. Like a 6-star rare, I don't bother keeping. If you're really, really short on 6-star speed boots, like speed main stat, then maybe the boot, but nothing else. You want me to use this? Because I'm going to probably rebuild another champion. Okay if I use it? All right, cool. So yeah, I think that Mithrala is in a really nice place now. And actually, we didn't even do this. We could lift this out too. Get some more defense. More attack. Actually, I think she does damage based on her defense, doesn't she? The attack, I don't think the attack plays at all. I think she does. Yeah, it's based on defense, which is weird for a support. Most supports do damage based on offense. And then as far as her blessing is concerned, it's a 2-star blessing, and obviously, you know, if you're going for more right now, I don't know if you are. You have a couple of options here. I like Brimstone on her. I do think there are a couple of other options you could go with. You could certainly do like an emergency heal that would make her survivable. She puts up a shield frequently, you know, so every time that shield wears off, she would get a heal. You could also do a couple of ones you could do here, but Intimidating Presence is not bad because it increases the strength of the aura. And you might not think about it this way, but one, if you run her on like a go second team, you're going to be strengthening the aura of whoever you run. Plus, she has the largest accuracy in all battles aura in the game. So if you needed more accuracy or more resist for her, because accuracy is resist for her, the Intimidating Presence would give you, you know, additional stuff there. So potentially, if you get the 5-star soul, you know, you're going to get 150 additional resistance from her just from getting the 5-star soul. Then you're strengthening the aura by 15%. That's another 12 accuracy there, which is also 12 resistance. So you're getting 24 more stats there. And it weakens the enemy's aura, you know, so it's like, that's really nice. So you can kind of decide in the future, but that means that this HP pool is going up, you know, because you have, well, as soon as you choose a blessing, you're going to get 7,500 more HP. You want the Brimstone? Okay. So if you're going to use her for PvP, I think Intimidating Presence could be better. There's also, which one is it? Is it Ward of the Fallen? Yeah, so you don't need this, I don't think. But you could go with this one. Actually, no, this is a good one. Whenever an enemy receives a 3rd active buff, instantly decreases the turn meter. decreases speed. So this can actually be really powerful in Arena as well. So if you're using Arena, if you're using her in Arena, I would say those. If you're using her in Hydra, then Brimstone, right? So if you're going to use her in Hydra, yeah, then okay, we're going to use Brimstone. And now, you know, that just adds those stats. So you're up to almost 70,000 HP. And we didn't lose any accuracy. We lost a little bit of resist. But the resist is not a huge issue if you're using her in Hydra. Okay, so let's go see what kind of let's go see what kind of build we can put on Archer. And then we'll do a little Hydra. We'll theory craft a couple of teams for you. Now, she needs accuracy. You want speed, you want defensiveness, but I find that she works really, really well in Relentless. So if we can build her in Relentless, we're going to try that first. If you can get damage on her, by the way, that's awesome too, but you don't need damage on her. This is your 1 6-star speed boot. I'm going to put 6 pieces of Relentless on her probably, and then scale back based on, you know, what we need in other places. HP is okay on her, but really you want defense. We're not going to steal from Mishinaki, obviously. So right now I'll probably put that piece on. Let's look at her options here. Speed is more important than crit damage, for sure. But crit rate's not bad. I'll try this for now. She does hit decently hard. But you definitely need the accuracy. But this piece is pretty good, and this piece is pretty good. For right now, let's get some speed on her, and then we'll worry if we don't have enough accuracy, we'll get more accuracy later. All right, no weapon available with speed. So now let's go ahead and look at we can do that. That's pretty good. Pretty good. All right, so I didn't love the chess piece here. So let's see if we can swap out the chess piece for perception. See, I think I'm going to take that 18 speed there. And that's 163 accuracy. We're going to get an accuracy banner on her. Let me just do this for a second. I got to take a look at her. Does she have masteries yet? She doesn't have masteries yet. So we're going to get Okay. So let's look at her one, an accuracy banner with speed. Can. I like this one. For what is this upgrade to? It's 60, right? So we're going to get an additional 21. That's going to get us to 97% crit rate. I just realized that. That's very nice. 32 accuracy. All right. And then as far as the ring's concerned, honestly, yeah, Blood Shield could work really well on her. I mean, unless you had a whole bunch of defense percentage rolls on something. I mean, that's a pretty nice ring too. But I think I'll go with the Blood Shield for now. And then I do want to re-examine this piece and this piece. Start with this. Let's start with the shield. Go back to this set. See if there is all right. So let's check the helmets instead. There's nothing with crit rate, unfortunately. There's crit damage. That's 5% crit rate. I think that's enough. That gets us to 81, and this would get us to 100. It's only 100% crit damage, but you're going to get a little bit more out of this. You're going to get some. Oh, you have to decide if you're running it in the offense mastery tree. Which I probably would. That's where I run mine. So you're going to get 5% there, right? So we don't actually need this. We can go back to the other helmet, I think. It was this one, right? So yeah, we'll get the 10% crit damage. We'll get the 5% there. You'll get another 19% here, I think. This goes to 38. Goes to 40. You get 21% there. You know, we're doing this with the crit damage gauntlets because they're in Relentless. But, you know, if you pulled like a really nice defensive chess piece in Relentless, you could look for crit damage and try to get the crit rate somewhere else. But it feels just like this is the right build for now. Let's actually see if we get lucky and roll into accuracy here. That'd be cool. All right. And if you go with her defensive numbers right now are not where I'd want to be. They're not bad. And they're going to be very good for like normal or hard Hydra. It's sometimes hard to get all the crit rate you need to use crit damage gauntlets in a Relentless set. But I think that the value of Relentless is really high on her. It's really high on her. So, yeah, I think this is where we want to go. And we'll be able to, she'll be tanky because we'll be able to glyph a little bit of extra defense and HP. And then once you get the masteries on her, and you get a blessing on her, I think you'll be in a really nice spot. So if we look at this, yeah, we got lots of glyphs available. Let's go ahead and get the speed going, the accuracy going. Those were nice. This defense is big. We want that. Don't need the attack glyph at all. Accuracy. Nice. B. Come on. Resistance is good on. Actually is good on her. Not that you have to have it. Or defense is good. Come on. All right. This is coming along quite nicely. Want all the defenses on her I can. I will ascend the chest piece just to see what we get, and the glove to see what we get. If we got defense percentage here, that would actually be really nice. And the boots. If you could get speed on these, oh my god, it'd be so helpful. HP though, it's not bad. Go ahead. Resistance. Oops. Someone. It's not what I wanted to do. Stop messing up, Colred. I did not mean to apologize. That's good accuracy. Now, one of the things is sometimes she ends up being your mischief tank because she has this increased accuracy on her A1. So she might end up being your mischief tank sometimes. And as a result, like pushing that, resistance can be really nice. It's not necessarily critical, but, be aware that that sometimes happens. I don't know what we're going to end up with here, but I'm liking it so far. Mithril is going to be in a very good place. And here you've got, okay, beautiful speed. This is 258. That's a really nice speed, almost 4K defense. I'd love to push her over 4K defense. You're going to get more speed, more accuracy, and you're going to get some additional, benefits out of the masteries. Now, as far as the masteries are concerned, offense is pretty typical. You're just going to go straight down, like the way you would normally get a crit rate, crit damage, and then right down the left-hand side to War Master. That's typically what I do. Now, you could actually argue for like Helm Smasher or Flawless Execution, because if you're using her in PvP, where I use her a lot, then like Helm Smasher could be better. But again, then you're going to want to boost that crit damage. As far as the support tree is concerned, she does heal. She actually heals your team. So some people like to go down the healing tree to like add survivability, but I'm like, if you wanted survivability, you should have gone in the defense tree. So I typically say, I'm going to go pinpoint accuracy, charged focus, swarm smiter into Lore of Steel, and then I want Master Hexer. Master Hexer will extend the duration of Hex, right? You can't extend the duration of Provoke, but you'll extend the duration of Hex, which is really nice, and the decreased speed. So you can extend both of those. So Master Hexer is really good. You can decide whether or not you want to go for Cycle of Magic. Cycle of Magic can be really nice with Relentless, right? So you come back around to those Provokes and those Hexes faster. Or you could potentially go with Evil Eye for a PvP setup, right? So this would give you that decreased turn meter on that A1. And sometimes you use that A1 to get that accuracy buff on you. It doesn't work in Hydra, though, right? Whereas Cycle of Magic would work in Hydra. So if you're more of a Hydra focus, I would say Cycle of Magic. Yeah, and so those would kind of be your masteries. Now, let's go ahead and look at Hydra for you. Got 13 hours left. So have you used any keys yet? You have used no keys. So let's see if we can theory craft maybe a brutal team for you. Maybe we'll do hard. We'll do hard. Let's do hard. Okay. Do you do Mithrala on a regular basis? Mithrala. You got your Mithrala. So you've done Hydra. Do you do Hydra on a regular basis, or have you just stopped? You sometimes do it. Okay. Do you have an Inquisitor anywhere? You do not. Doesn't look like you have Inquisitor anywhere. Yeah, I mean, he can be a game changer, right? He makes life so much easier. But okay, let's go ahead and look at your block debuff champion. Okay, you got 2 Ugos. I don't actually run Basher, so I'm just familiarizing myself with him again. I haven't seen him in a while. He's cooldown of all skills. Oh. Random. How's Ugo built here? Good accuracy, slow. Unfortunately, she's on the slow side. Regen, which is interesting. I know he has lockout for PvP. Like, I know that about him. I just didn't know about his blocked up Evo. So he has this increased cooldown of all targets skills by 2 turns. That's really nice. Lady Kimmy is nice, but she's conditional. So she does give an increased accuracy and increased speed, and that can be really valuable, but she only gives a block buff when she removes a buff. So that's not awesome. Wukong obviously works great because he's a buff strip. How fast is he? His accuracy is 364. 259. So this is pretty good. He also gives you more damage. He's got 100% crit rate and over 200% crit damage. So this could be really nice. So we'd probably use him over Ugo unless we needed the cleanse. She does have a mini cleanse. He also has a decreased defense. So if we need the decreased defense, we'd use her. All right, so let's go ahead and throw Wukong in and see if we can find the decreased defense elsewhere. This gives us an increased speed, decreased defense, and weaken. we're going to need the provoke and now we need a way to deal with I don't know his kit. Let me look. It looks like he would be awesome. Your Tatura Reinhardt build? Okay, so let's see what we have with this team. We have 2 damage dealers in Wukong and the Mythic here, whose name I've already forgotten. What's his name? Alaz, the Sunbearer, Sun guy. So we got Sun Wukong and Sunbearer here. So the 2 suns are our damage dealers. They're in different affinities, which is nice. We've got a speed aura. We've got 2 increased speeds. We might actually not need the 2 increased speeds, but I do want a reviver. We've got a perfect veil. We've got a provoke, an AoE hex. Thanks, Charles. I'll see you later. Decreased defense, weaken. We got a strengthen and increased defense, a perfect veil. This could be a really nice team. So let's just go ahead and try this team out and see how it does here in Brutal. It should do very well in Brutal. I like to have a reviver. It's also nice to have a cleanser. And she's got a block debuff, so it just makes life a little bit easier. Get that increased speed right away. We're going to do the block debuffs right away. What I like to do actually here is I like to start with the AoE slow if we're fast enough. If we're fast enough. We're not fast enough. Now, this is the guy I don't know. He also has a provoke, so this might actually be a champion that you want to use on a different team. But he gives you a backup provoke here. We want the perfect veil. And we'll just let it go. I mean, so potentially you could bring in a different damage dealer than this Sunbearer guy, Alaz. You could bring in an HP burner. You could certainly bring in an HP burner. Ninja would fit the bill really well. Ninja also gives himself a perfect veil, so even when the veil goes down, you get the perfect veil. So yeah, Ninja could work pretty well. And he has, you know, the escalation passive. So I think Alaz is sort of the champion where you have some flexibility, and because he does have a provoke, you may want to use him as a provoker in a different comp than Archer, because Archer doesn't need any help. Archer at this speed with a speed buff will keep up provoke 100% of the time, unless she weak hits. But remember, it's up for 2 turns, right? It's a 2-turn provoke, so it's really nice. And actually, she is weak affinity this particular time. Actually, I need to double check that. I don't even know if she weak hits on the provoke. I think she does. Pretty sure she does. So, having a backup provoker is not bad. But if it's, not a situation where weak hits matter, then she'll do the job on her own. So my guess would be, the damage here is really going to matter on how Wukong and Alaz are built. I don't know how hard they're hitting. But my guess would be, like, this team will probably go close to the turn limit. On hard, it should go to the turn limit. On brutal, it'll be, I don't know. You'll get hundreds of turns. So you might be pulling down. On hard, I would expect this to pull down somewhere in the vicinity of like 150 million to 200 million. For brutal, if it extends, if it lasts a long time and goes a long time, then you could pull down, roughly the same. Yeah. So I mean, I think this will be a very nice team for you. The block damage could get stolen. The issue with it getting stolen is more of, do you have the block debuffs up? That's why, like, Wukong is so nice, because he's a buff strip plus a block debuffs. Whereas Ugo is a block debuffs with a decreased defense, but she doesn't strip the buff off. So the nice thing about Wukong is, if the Head of Mischief happens to steal a buff, he can actually steal it back, right? And if he goes before the Head of Mischief does and he gets the block debuffs up, then the Head of Mischief will never get the buff in the first place. So that's why I like Wukong. I prefer Wukong over Ugo. Ugo does a couple of nice things. Obviously, the decreased defense is really nice. Here we have, we have the decreased defense from Lydia, so we don't need that. But the other thing is, you have that mini cleanse, which can cleanse the provoke sometimes. It also gives you a little heal. You could cleanse, a weaken. You could cleanse maybe a poison. So like there's value to that mini cleanse. But again, here we're running Elva, who has that AoE cleanse. It's a full cleanse. And she has the block debuffs buff up, which can prevent, I believe, the provoke and the weaken. Although the strengthen prevents the weaken anyway. I don't think you can block the poisons, and you can't block the fears. But you can block the provokes, the weakens. At least those. Yeah, see here, we just blocked the provoke on some of the champions, but not the others. And then there's the cleanse, and then you don't have to worry about it. Elva's absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Now, remember that, how much Archer is giving you here, right? Archer is giving you the AoE decrease slow, the AoE provoke, which lands the provoke where you want it, and it's a 2-turn provoke, which is absolutely awesome. She's giving you heals when she hits hex targets, so she's sustaining your team. She gives you that AoE hex, so what do we say? AoE slow, AoE hex, AoE provoke, and heal, right? Plus she gives that increased accuracy buff to herself, so she's always going to have enough accuracy. Like, you can actually afford to not build her with a super high ton of accuracy. I like her in PvP. I love her actually in live arena. Nobody ever really expects to see Archer in live arena. I can't tell you how many live arena matches she has won for me. She pairs up really well with Armands. Like, if you have an Armands and you put Armands and an Archer together, it's stupidly good, because one of Armands' weaknesses is the fact that he can weak hit force affinity, right? But she's strong affinity into that, and she has a provoke and a stun in PvP. She doesn't have a stun here, obviously, because you can't stun the Hydra. But so she's insanely good. And so I like going higher on her accuracy just for PvP. And you can use her in the exact same build. She's going to do great work for you in this build, in PvE and in PvP. So I do think this is one potential team. Just one potential team should absolutely, like, you can see how fast you're crushing this. This is only hard, but like you will get hundreds of million of damage, like over 100 million damage on this without a problem. Full auto, by the way. I'm not doing anything. Like, just set it up and let it go. It's going to be fine. You even have an AoE counterattack, which is kind of, I didn't even realize that. That's from your Sunbearer guy. So let's go ahead and stop that. Okay. So you can run this tonight if you want. This might do well against Brutal, by the way. I don't know the stats of all your champions, but it looks like your champions are built pretty well. So this might go pretty well against Brutal. So let's go ahead and throw that into this just so you have it. So we're doing Elva. I don't know who we're going to have at the front of the stack. Let's see. Let's go with this guy. Laz, and then we'll go here. Actually, we can put Sun Wukong up pretty. We can do everybody. This is silly. Let's do this. And then this. And they're all defensive champions, except for Wukong, who can die and come back. Right? Everybody's a defensive champion, which is kind of funny. Who am I missing? Who am I missing here? Oh, Lydia. Now, we could actually, just quickly, let's see if we find another. I want to look for champions that have decreased defense. We were talking about Ruel, the Huntmaster. All right, I'm looking for an AoE decreased defense. We do have Ragash. That's a third increased speed buff. I wouldn't put a third in, and a second strengthen. Oh, well, if we got Lydia out, we would lose the weaken, I think. Right? That's all we would lose. Let's see about weaken champion. I mean, she's so good. So A1 weaken. It's not an AoE weaken, right? No, it is. It's a buff strip. AoE weaken. So you have some room there to play with a couple of things. Like you could definitely do something like this, and you would lose the weaken, but then you would save Lydia for another composition, right? So here you would now have the decreased defense that Lydia was bringing. You would have the strengthen that Lydia was bringing. You would have the increased speed that Lydia was bringing, but you'll have a harder hitting champion that also brings his own veil, right? Like another good, but again, that may be a reason why you want to use them in a different composition where you don't have a veil. Tatura is a great veil here. You could pull Tatura out of this and then, put in somebody else that gives you a weaken or something and just let, I was going to say Ninja. Ninja's a veil champion. So you could, this is not a bad idea to put like a Ragash and a Ninja together. Those two would pair up really well because they give veils. And then you don't necessarily need a support champion to bring a veil. Where is Ragash? So the thing is, he places a perfect veil for one turn on the ally with the highest attack. And then on this, he places a perfect veil on himself. So he's actually really nice if you pair him with a champion that doesn't have perfect veil, who's a high attack champion. So like he would put a perfect veil on Wukong, So the nice thing about having your attackers have perfect veil on, that means they never get hit with the fear from the head of torment, right? And that means they'll always be available to free the targets who get devoured. You know what I mean? You always want your damage dealers free for that. So I think Ninja, Ninja might not need to be paired with Ragash because he gives himself a veil. And then, Ragash could be paired with another attack-based nuker So he would be giving that at the start of every turn. He would be giving the attack-based nuker, a perfect veil. Yeah, and Mikage and Ninja together are awesome. Mikage is also awesome with Mishinaki. Right, so this is also something you could pair up because he has a 50% chance to join an ally's attack for everybody's attack, and then he's guaranteed to join with her. Well, it might be overkill. Maybe you want to use it with, like you said, with Ninja, who doesn't get that ally attack chance. Harem is also a good option. I also really like R-Tac for Hydra. We got to talk about that for a second. Okay, so for right now, I think the team is set up fine. We're going to hold on to that team. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do one more. And I think we're going to have to go slightly different, but we're going to use Mithrala here, I think. So the question is, who do we use as our speed aura now? Or do we use a speed aura? We should probably. And we want to get Teox into a team. You have Bivold of the Thorn. This is a great provoker. You've got such good champions for this. You really do. All right, so I'm thinking about White Queen and Cora here. She gives you the cleanse, the revive, and she prevents the fears from hitting your highest crit damage champion. She's not built. But I think she ends up being... I think what we're going to do here is we're going to do Ancora. I think we're going to go with Visit instead of... Bible. You've got to... I'm lost. I'm like, there's so many good opportunities here. We could do so many cool things. So she gives you a decreased slow plus an AoE decrease speed and an AoE provoke. She gives you both. She has an ally protect, which is a little bit tricky, but Mithrala covers her with the strengthen and the strengthen and the whatchamacallit, the increased defense and the shield. Now we need a block debuffs champion. Yeah, so I think that's got to be Ugo at this point. I don't think we have another option really, which gives us another mini cleanse, and now we need our damage dealers, right? But the issue here is we don't have the veils. Like there's no veils here. So in this particular case, this might be a good place to use Ragash He gives us the increased speed, which is nice. We have a double up on the strengthen, but now we use an attack-based nuker to pair with him, and he'll keep putting the veil on the attack-based nuker. Rector is nice for the veils, but the problem is then we don't have, then we're short on damage, right? Because we're using a support as a lead. Like if you think about, like, if you look at the previous one, the nice thing here is we got the block debuffs from a damage dealer, which was Wukong. So we have 2 damage dealers. That allowed us to go really tanky there. Right now we need 2, you always need 2 damage dealers. Now one of the things is, like, you know, you can, we didn't really think about decrease attacks. I'm not too worried about decrease attacks when you have really tanky teams and you have a lot of defenses, and I'm not really worried about it here because you have Mithrala, but you could think about a decrease attack champion. You could do something like Rathalos and Artak, which they pair really well together, because then you got the AoE HP burn, plus the burn activations, plus the decrease attack, plus that activates Rathalos' ability, and Rathalos hits really hard. So yeah, first team has Archer for a Hex, second team has Mithrala. So like this is okay, but in this team, the head of Torment will always mess with you because you're not going to land. I mean, so you have to cleanse them. So basically what you're hoping is, I think you can resist the fears. Your Mithrala resists the fears. I think you can resist the fears and then cleanses the team. So you could do that. You could do that. We actually have 3 cleansers here, I just realized. But the problem is we don't have a ton of all battle speed auras. So this gives us a reviver. You're right. You're right. You can resist the fear casting, but not the one that from the, when you hit the head, it's automatic. It just gets placed, so you can't avoid that one. So I think we're better off here, maybe doing going the perfect veil route with Ragash. And he's going to veil himself and another champion. And he also gives us an increased speed, which we actually need on this team, because here's the thing about Vizix. Her provoke is only 1 turn. So you can miss provokes here. It helps if your Vizix is running very fast, and you have like increased speed buffs and stuff like that. Obviously the slow, getting that slow out there is really nice. I was thinking about the other aspect here is that I think Ancora pairs up pretty well with Vizix, because Ancora has a chance to reduce the cooldown on Vizix's skills. Now, she could, you know, they're obviously going to spread them around, but Ancora's A1, I think when it's booked, does it have a 50% chance? Where is Ancora? I can't even see her. There she is. So her A1 has a 30% chance, but it books to a 50% chance of cooling down a random ally's skills by 2 turns, which if you pair that with Vizix, right, it might give you a little bit more coverage on that provoke. That's one of the reasons why I was thinking about pairing them up. Because Vizix provoke, you need to book it. It is on a 3-turn cooldown, but it's only a 1-turn duration. And she needs to be running fast. So she should not be in lifesteal. She doesn't get any value out of lifesteal. Oh, you only have 3 pieces anyway. You don't need crit damage on her. You need speed, accuracy, defense, and HP. Probably in that order. So, you know, I would get her into 3 sets of perception, defense gauntlets, HP chest piece, or the reverse. Accuracy banner with speed on it. And you need to run her at the same speed or similar speed to what we were running Archer. Faster. If you could get her to up to like Mithrala's 270, that would be great. But you don't have to. Like 250 should be enough. Especially if you're running her like at normal or hard. I don't think you take Vizix into Brutal or Nightmare. I think that's where Archer belongs.
right? She gives you the better provoke. That's where Bible to the Thorn belongs, because he gives you a better provoke. So I think this team would be, you know, hard mode. And you say, like, why should I waste Mithrala on hard mode and not have her in brutal or nightmare? It's like, no, not really. But you happen to have Archer, you know, who's even better for this particular job in a lot of cases. And then who was your other Hex champion? You had another AoE Hex champion. Oh, you have Mishinaki. So actually, you could run him, you know, at brutal and run Archer at nightmare eventually. So Mithrala hard with Vizix. Just because I think they pair up really well. Vizix and Mithrala pair up really well because of all those protection. But you don't have to. Maybe you could get by without Mithrala here. You could do Mishinaki here. Actually, that's not a bad idea. We could do Mishinaki here. Right? And the nice thing about this is we still have Ragash giving us the strengthen. Right? So that's going to help Vizix survive a little bit better. So let's just see Mishinaki here. He also gives a decreased attack. So that's he's going to help Vizix survive. So between him and Ragash, this might actually be a better pairing. This allows you to save Mithrala for a higher difficulty. So I like that. I like Pedrag too for this, but he's not built either. So let's go for this right now. So this is a reviver. This is an emergency reviver that never revives. You'll never have this. That's a mini cleanse. That's a cleanse. So we lost one of the cleansers, but we still have 2 cleansers, which is good. So we didn't triple up on the cleanse. And now we need an attack-based damage dealer who could be, you know, Ninja, could be Rathalos. The problem is, actually, Rathalos might be perfect because we just brought in Mishinagi. Right? It's only a single target HP. Oh, but Rule, right? Rule is, I think Rule's attack-based nuker. Yeah. So Rule would be the one to bring in here. Decreases the resistance of enemies under Hex. Increases the damage they receive. This would be a perfect setup. So let's go back here. You know, now I don't know where all your books lie, and you could certainly use a different attack-based champion, maybe somebody who's a different affinity. You can use bombs. Bombs work. You can use, you know, HP burns. You can go that route. I really like Rule in this place. You could certainly use like this. You could do this. That's not bad at all. So let's do this for now because Rule's not built. And I'm assuming your Royal Guard is. Okay, so if we were going to do this, we would say this is probably, we would call this normal, hard. This is your normal or hard Hydra. This team is probably more like your brutal Nightmare Hydra. I don't know that you have the stats to do Nightmare yet, but this could be your Nightmare team. Or it could be hard, brutal, or Nightmare. With the right speeds, this team could take on Nightmare, sure. And then, you know, you can have a third one with Mithrala, and, you know, you can be in great shape there. And again, for that team, you know, again, we're looking for a speed lead, and you may end up mixing around your speed leads a little bit. But for instance, like, you know, Deacon might go in a different team, gives you that decreased defense. You know, so that could be a speed lead. He's not awesome. He's not bad, but he gets the job done in normal and hard. I don't think you want him for brutal or higher. Oh, Madame Saris is better. Never mind. Madame Saris is better as a buff stripper. Gives you decreased attack, decreased defense. You're going to want to bring in a T-Ox. Here's an AoE weaken. You know, we still need to find that speed aura, but yeah, I don't think you can do that. You need a lot. A Kemptum, if there's an Kemptum? Yeah, that gives you, well, no, we don't need the Hex, really. He gives you the speed aura, but he doesn't give you much else. See, I'm almost thinking to myself, like, rather than run the speed aura, we could run a different aura for one of the team. Because unfortunately, this is arena, this is arena, this is arena, this is everywhere. This is dungeons, I think, right? That's dungeons. This is arena. This is everywhere. So these two are everywhere. So that's very good. This is Doom Tower. This is dungeons. This is arena. This is arena, I think. This is everywhere. And then this is everywhere. And then this is arena, arena. Manaya is everywhere. But she's not really great for Hydra. I think this is everywhere, isn't it? Oh no, it's dungeon. This is everywhere. She's not bad for Hydra. She's not awesome for Hydra. I wouldn't build her just for Hydra. And then this is everything. You know, so it's like when we're talking about who's the next best everywhere speed lead, like all battle speed lead, it's Deacon. Like clearly it's Deacon. But this is an AoE Hex champion. You know, so now we're starting to think about that, but that means he becomes the normal, you know, this would be the normal team. And again, we were talking about putting Mithrala on one of the higher teams. So I think, you know, the option would be to come back here and theory craft a lower team, maybe using Deacon, and pull Elva into the Nightmare team. But she's already in the Nightmare team. That's basically the Nightmare team. So that would make this team the hard mode Hydra, and then we would have like a normal Hydra, which could be. I would still probably use Deacon over a Kemptum because we still have Mithrala, but it just means Mithrala gets used in sort of a weird spot, right? Like we could put her back into this team and use Mishinaki. We could do that. We could put Mithrala back here. Do that. And then here we would go. But he also brings decreased defense. We don't need to pair him up. We're missing a decreased defense up here. No, we're not. We have Lydia. And just said we have overkill. We just have more than we need. Yeah, I would probably put Mishinaki there. You'll get a ton of damage out of it, and then we'll just do this. Well, that's fine. We'll just do Deacon. Oops. Do Deacon. Mithrala. That's your buff strip. Oh, we need yeah, it's a buff strip. Put in ninja. What else do we need? We need to provoke. That's survival. Not enough damage. Ninja's going to end up being the only damage dealer if we do it this way. We wanted Teox, right? Let me look at Teox's kit. I don't know what he brings. Is he a 5-star? Did you level him up yet? He is 6-star, right? You took him to 6-star, but you haven't. Increase attack and so but then it's like, you know, we should bring Lizard, but we don't have any good. We just have Raz. So here we have a cleanse, but we don't have a Veil. Now we do have a Veil champion. We can bring in Rector Drath, who's good at that level. But then we only have Ninja as the damage dealer, and that's not enough, I don't think. Yeah, I like Mikage too. I like Mikage's a buff stripper. Although it's tricky to make it work. She's also a buff extender, which is really nice for she extends debuff, she extends buffs. She also decreases cooldown. No, she doesn't decrease cooldowns. What does she do? I know she has the ally. She'll remove the debuffs from the ally with the highest attack. That just pairs really well with Ninja. Got an AoE weaken. Increase accuracy. The stun doesn't play, but it can turn that off. I mean, if you build her for damage, she'll work. Yeah, I don't know who to put in here as a damage. I mean, we could do this. This gives you a backup provoke. And it gives you some AoE HP burns to do more damage. So you get an AoE provoke on a 3-turn cooldown when it's booked. It is a 1-turn, but so that backs up Bivolt. Bivolt's pretty good, but it's always nice to have that backup. And then you have a chance of placing the HP burns there, but you also have the passive chance of placing HP burns when hit. And he can be built for damage and do pretty good damage. And since he does damage even when, like, he places HP burns when he's hit, potentially that alleviates some of the need for the Veil. It's not a bad team. This is definitely fine for, like, this would absolutely crush normal and hard probably. You have a decreased defense, you have a weaken, you have a cleanse, you have a buff strip, you have HP burns, you have another decreased defense, you have an AoE provoke, you have another AoE provoke, you got some turn meter fill and speed. The only thing you're missing really here is like a block debuffs, or we don't have a reviver, but if you're going up against a low level, nobody's going to die. If somebody dies, the team is going up against too hard a difficulty. It's not bad. It's not awesome. I like the other two teams better. And it feels like we're wasting Mithrala here. But I think the issue is the speed aura. So I do like the idea of maybe not doing the speed aura, but instead doing an increase speed champion who brings you more. So you could put Astrid in a spot and do like something like this where where's Bible? There it is. Put say Bivold in there, who gives you more, in terms of survivability. And then where's your Astrid? She not built? Am I blind, or is she not built? There. So in this case, you get an increased speed plus turn meter fill, plus you get an AoE decrease speed on the enemy, plus an AoE weaken on the enemy. So you actually have 2 weakens. Right, but she brings a decreased speed. So decreased speed is really nice. We didn't have that, with Deacon. So the increased speed and her turn meter might match a similar speed to what we would get out of Deacon with his speed aura. You get 19 speed there and then getting 15% turn meter. Here you're getting 15% turn meter and an increased speed. So it's probably going to be roughly the same. This might even be a little bit faster. So this could potentially work. Harima instead of Drex? Certainly, you could put Harima in, yeah. That gives you a backup provoke, right? Because she's got a provoke. So you're not losing that when you switch to her. And if she's already built and booked, then yeah, that could be better. She's also got a decreased attack on her A1. So that'll give you a little bit of decreased attack. And she'll pair up with Mikage sometimes, I think. So Mikage's A1 is a random ally from a Shadowkin faction, so you won't know who you're getting. Whether you're getting Ninja or Harima, But that's okay. I also I love the Artak Rathalos combo, so there's that still out there, right? But I think until you get an Inquisitor Shamil, you really you have to run sort of Perfect Veil scenarios, and you don't have Duchess, who's the best champion. Totoro's probably the second best. So you do have Totoro. Did you have 2 Totoros? Somebody had 2 Totoros. I was looking at somebody today. Somebody had 2 Totoros recently. You do have 2. You have 3. You have 3 Totoros. So, honestly, you could build another one and book them out. And the nice thing about this is you really don't need the A1 booked. You need the A3 book. You need that cooldown. Oh, I forgot that Totoro also gives you block debuffs. So maybe using Totoro with Elva is a little bit of overkill. So we could potentially swap these 2 leads. we would lose our cleanse. But if we brought Ancora back, she has a cleanse, but she doesn't have a block debuffs. Right? So this could actually potentially be better for the 2 teams if we put Ancora here and Elva here. So maybe. But you've got your Hydra teams. I think these 3 teams should give you, if you're talking about Hydra Clash totals, you should probably be clearing 500 million points for Hydra Clash with these 3 teams or some variation of these 3 teams. They should all be full auto. You're going to probably do your brutal a few times, like you'll get a key and it'll get 40 million and be like, oh, that sucks. And then you'll do another key and it'll get 140 million. So you might have to, again, kind of, change these up a little bit. But for the most part, like you've got 3 teams here that can take up normal, hard, and brutal. And I would guess 100 million each. Call it 100 million each. That means, 300 million points from brutal, 200 million from hard, and 100 million from normal. That's 600 million points. If you could get a little bit more, you can get the top chest when you win. I think the top chest is 640 million. Is that correct? Anybody know when we're doing Hydra Clash? Can you even see Hydra Clash here? You can, right? Where's Hydra Clash? 650 million. So you potentially, with these 3 teams, have a shot at the top chest when we place. Or when you place, rather. So, yeah. And they're full auto. When I say they're full auto, they're not like tuned. You know what I mean? They're just built in such a way that probably if you have the speeds, you don't have to worry about it too much and you can just let them run. And that's important because I don't like manualing Hydra. Hydra is like, when you manual it, it's an hour of your life for a run, and then sometimes it fails and you don't get the number you need, and then you got to spend another hour doing it. So like I've manualed Hydra for 3 or 4 hours back to back before to get the best scores, and sometimes you still don't get them. So I just prefer to run mine full auto, and if I get 500 million some weeks, I get 500 million. If I get 700 million other weeks, I get 700 million, and that's enough. Yeah. What I will suggest, though, is it can help to open manually. So, like just the first 2 cycles or whatever, just to make sure that you've got your provokes lined up with your hexes and stuff, and just make sure, obviously program the AI. Don't just leave it blank. You want to make sure that you have an AI that makes sense. So when you go in and do these teams, give them all AI to make sure that you set up the right way. But also you may want to manually start and then you go to auto and then you just let it run. And I do think it would be reasonable for you to get 100 million at each of the first 3 difficulties. And I'm not the Hydra master. This is still something I'm learning a lot about. And like I said, you have so many choices that it can depend on maybe who you're building for other content or how good their gear is and all sorts of stuff. But you can kind of roughly see, our Hydra team has 374,000 team power. Our hard has 320,000, and then our normal has 250,000. And it's kind of set up that way because of how the teams are working, but also because of the builds that you have. Like some of these champions aren't fully built. Obviously, Estrid here would, she'll add another 40,000 power, 50,000 power once you build her up. So just play around with it a little bit. And if you never tweak these again, they may still do enough for you just to not have to worry about your Hydra keys. Yeah. Okay. So that is it for today. I've gone longer than I expected to. I'm sure my wife is waiting for me for dinner. We usually try to do dinner at 6 or 6:30. So thanks so much for hanging out. Quick note, I do now offer paid takeover services for the next week. Just until the end of July, I have a nice special deal that is going on. It's a 3-hour package deal for a nice price. So if you are interested in takeover services or coaching services, because I do both, go ahead and send me a DM in Discord, and I will give you my schedule and pricing, and we can discuss what I could do for you. So I prefer the coaching. The coaching is when we do something like this, where we sit in a channel together, and it'll just be you and me, and we'll be talking about your account and both looking at it simultaneously. I'll be playing your account, and I'll be streaming to you in Discord, and then we can kind of work on whatever you want to work on. However, if you just rather be like, you know what, I want to hand it to you and get back a better account than I gave to you, like just fix some stuff for me, I can also do that. We can build clan boss teams, we can do arena teams, we can do dungeon teams, we can do Hydra teams. I will say that, like I said, I'm offering 3-hour package deals. That's usually enough time for, like, if you're close to a clan boss team, like 3 hours might be enough to finalize it or like tweak it, or like if you have all the champions for like a Wixwell, Infinity team, I can do a Wixwell Infinity team in 3 hours as long as you have the silver. Like that shouldn't be a problem. Hydra teams like this doesn't usually, this was a very fast Hydra thing. This was like an hour and 30 minutes or so. That doesn't normally happen unless you happen to have the roster that LFC has, right? LFC has a crazy good roster. So, we can put together something like that, but I might be able to get you like, a 1-key hard or brutal Hydra if you have, the resources in 3 hours. Might be able to do that. Maybe if you're close, we can do a little bit of something else too. I love doing arena rebuilds. That's always nice because gold arena should be not a problem. Anybody who's account level 75 or higher, like gold arena is almost too easy. Like it should just happen. If not, I can put you on a path to get you there. So if you're not in gold 4 or gold 5 arena, that's an easy one for me. I like to do that. And then like you saw with the hard mode dungeons, I'm pretty good at the hard mode dungeons. Also decent at like certain builds in the other places. So if you're looking for, hey LFC, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, folded hands.
So if you're looking for like a Sand Devil's Necropolis and you happen to have, one of the champions that makes it work, then maybe I could help you out there, something like that. Or, Iron Twin, figure out Iron Twin. So yeah, just wanted to let you know, put that out there. Again, just shoot me a DM and I will, holy cow. LFC, you have left me 151 messages. Not left them. I mean, we've been talking and you've put 151 messages into the DMs during the duration of this takeover. That's a record. I've never gotten more than like 50 in a takeover before. That's awesome. Yeah, we can talk about that as well. If you do decide to retire from the game, I will definitely help you give away this account because it is a bonkers good account. It really is. It's not perfect. No account's perfect. But we could absolutely do that. So, yeah. Okay, so that is it for me today. Thanks so much for hanging out, folks. Like the stream. Maybe some more people will view it. And I will see you next Tuesday. Also, don't forget to do your siege stuff. Talk to your leadership if you haven't already, because even though it's underway, you can also plan your attacks in an effective way. And we're doing that in our Discord right now. Also, by the way, Colred Plays Clan Cluster is still looking for a few members. We have about 5 or 6 open spots, I think, in a couple of different clans. So if you're looking for an active clan and when siege is over, you're not happy with the way your clan approached it, we might have some space for you. So, okay. Thanks so much for hanging out, folks. I'll see you soon.